message saying this recording
meeting
has
is being recorded.
Oh, now it's recorded.
Yeah,
Okay.
I hit record to computer by accident. You hit got it. And so then I had to stop it to record to the cloud. Sorry. So
No, it's okay. I just wanted you to know.
no, I totally got it. And so that's where, oh, thank you. So I'm just trying to help everybody in. So Lisa Dooley, are you here? Is that you? Or Hannah, are you here?
I saw Jen try to get in. Oh, there's Lisa down there. Hi, Lisa.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to make you,
Hello, Rochelle.
okay, so you're gonna help me with Facebook?
Okay.
Or is Hannah? I just haven't seen Hannah yet. I don't know if Hannah's here.
So do you want me to answer questions on Facebook? Is that it?
Well, basically you need to feed them through to Christine, so Christine can answer them, but I cannot see Facebook because I'm working with all the people through the chat room on Zoom. And so that's where, yeah, I just need help on Facebook. And I'm not sure so let's try first here to go speaker. Okay, so then let me try to find, and then we spotlight for everyone. And then we also add spotlight. There we go.
Yay.
Yay. Okay, so then we are going to go live streaming on Facebook. So bear with us while we go live on Facebook. Okay, sorry. There should be a capital. EWG and UMBS. So if anybody's telling you it's being live streamed, just hit got it, accept your fate. You're live with the world beating here with all of us. We're so darn excited.
Yay.
This is the Upper Midwest Bead Society in conjunction with the Bead Workers Guild in England. Actually, I think the Bead Workers Guild's all over the world, isn't it? Yeah, because everybody's allowed everywhere, right? Let's join the fun. And so we are here with Christine Giroir leading our group today through our wonderful fairy pattern. Oh, do you want to show them all the fairies? And then I'm wondering, is Nancy Jenner here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I'm trying to find you. In you too.
Waving.
Oh, there we
Hi.
go. Hold on. Let's
Hi.
add him in. No. Wait, let's try this. Add spotlight. There we go. Yay, Nancy Jenner came up with this pattern for cute little
Thank
fairies.
you so much. We love it.
You're welcome. It's been fun to see all the variations that people come up with. I just absolutely love it. I never expected anything like this to happen with my pattern.
Yeah, we have our own little village here.
Yeah, we're just having a ball with them. And
They're so cute.
And so how did you come up with this great idea?
Well, okay, I'll explain. Actually, I brought my little samples here. I've got a friend. Her name is Mercedes St. John. And we met when I was back across the state, and we lived in the area, and we kind of beaded together with at the local bead shop. Well, anyway, she moved to California a few years ago, and she does clay work. And this little cutie here was done by her. And that was my inspiration, was
Oh.
this little fairy. Because she does like little Fae world things. And so I did that, and I, I don't know, it was probably a year and a half ago. I thought, well, I wonder if I could do something like that in beads. So this was my first attempt. I never finished it.
Huge.
Not too far off. That was done in 15s,
Uh-huh.
but I wasn't quite happy with it, so I put it aside. And then after I was asked to be a guest International Beading Week ambassador for this last July, I got to thinking about, well, what could I do to give a pattern that other people could do. So I went through various, I came up, I thought, okay, I'm going to try this, but in 11s. So this was my first prototype.
Oh, yeah. It's little wings.
Cute.
Okay. But of course, I had that as a little drawn on mouth because I decided to do that. Then I went, okay, I want to do a better curve for the hat. So I tried this, and it's kind of squat and wonky, but you got to keep trying. And then I was getting a little bit closer. I figured out, that's when I started using the 15s underneath. But I had these like beads on top, and I wasn't quite happy with that. The reason I've got the little side colors is because that was how I was, keeping track of what I was doing, because I sometimes I write things down. I got just a little bit closer. That's closest to what she turned out to be.
Mhm.
The only thing that I didn't like about this one is because I felt that it was not big enough at the base, and because I used a dime, which was kind of snug there. I thought, well, people, I don't know what other currencies are. So I got a little bit bigger. And so this actually was the final version right here.
Okay.
So, and then Kath Thomas gave me permission to use a variation of her petal to pod technique for the wings.
The wings, yeah.
And
Cup like that. So cute.
so anyway, that is the final version. And of course, I've got my little collection on my desk here. This is one, actually, that's an acorn. I made one like this for my daughter. There's a little acorn up here, metal acorn, and because she wanted to be able to take it out on her hikes, because she's my nature girl.
Oh, good.
So I made one like this for her, and then I ended up making one for me. But I've got several little variations here. My most recent one was little Christmas, but that's more of an elf with little
I
ears.
love that. Oh, here, I did a Santa Claus with the beard, the little beard thing hanging down.
Oh, that's cute. Oh, I like that.
How cute.
So it's just been so much fun to see, the variations, not only, the patterning, the colors and everything, but yeah, people have gone just kind of crazy with, turning them, themed, some Halloween ones and Christmas ones.
Yeah,
And
they're darling.
yeah. So anyway, that was kind of how it came about. And when I handed it over to the Beadworkers Guild for International Beading Week, and I'm thinking, well, I hope people like it, and I hope I see a few of them on Facebook. I got kind of shocked over how it went. So it's been great fun to see.
The pattern was so easy to follow.
Oh, good.
I love the way you use different colors and the increases and decreases. It really helps.
Oh, good.
Really, new beaders to understand the concept of increasing in peyote and bring it back to decrease. It really is really awesome.
Well, I don't usually write patterns because I just kind of bead just to bead and don't do patterns. But when I did this, I think what happened is I kind of pulled from my 35 years experience working for a book printer, where I was so used to writing out instructions for people and trying to be clear. And so I think that helped me be able
Yes.
to write instructions.
Absolutely. Yeah, awesome. Well, are we ready to get going?
We sure are. And so do you have any tips or tricks for us to, as we're, starting this, if you're, I mean, everybody here is supposed to know peyote, but other than that, do you have any tricks and tech?
Well, I don't know, other than, when you get to the, when you put the coin in, I like to pinch it to, help keep the bottom flat. And, for stuffing, I think my instructions say use the end of a pencil. This is my favorite tool. I love my beading awl, and I use the back end for stuffing. And actually what I do, this is the press and seal that I like to use. I know other people have used saran wrap. People have cut up paper bags. I put it in a roll. I kind of bend the end over and I kind of stick it in and then just kind of like push it around the edge and work toward the center when I stuff.
I prefer cotton balls.
It's whatever works. I mean, I started using this. It's been with me for, well, I started beading 10 years ago, and I've had it for almost that amount of time because there was I think it was a Maggie Meister pattern that she called for press and seal to fill the space. So I've just kind of kept it around. So when I did my Faerie, I thought, well, that would be a good thing to put in there. But yeah, whatever works for stuffing.
Okay.
Sounds good. Well, thank you so much. I think we just have one other Bead Society announcement. Is Nancy here? Our fearless leader? Nancy? Other Nancy? Nancy Miller? Maybe not?
No.
Well, then I will make the announcement for her. Our Monday meeting is now, all the information is on our UMBS for our Upper Midwest Bead Society. We have Karen Bruins is our guest speaker for our Monday, February 7th meeting. And so everybody check that out. And if you're not a member yet, you've got 2 weeks in time to join. It's just $35 a year. And everything's on umbs.org. So we want to keep the fun going. All right. So I'm going to remove, we got that going. All right. So take it away, Nancy.
Okay. So my name's Christine, and I've been beading for, it's okay. I've been beading for about 20 years.
I'm looking at you.
And I love beading. I mean, this is my hobby. This is what I do to keep myself sane. I work for a medical device company that develops next generation renal devices. So this is a great way for me to shut my brain down. So, okay. So with the pattern handy, we'll start on row 1 with a nice long, I usually use about 4 feet of thread, 5 feet of thread. I like to use thread. I can't help it. So let's start our pattern. You'll decide which colors you're going to use for your base. And I'm going to use alternative colors for the increases and decreases so that they are more obvious as we do them. So let's see, let's use orange for our, do I have enough? Orange for our increases on our base. So let's pick up 6, 4, 5, 6. And bring them down and leave yourself a nice tail so you can hold on to it. I usually leave 2 or 3 inches. And then holding it, we are going to go back into all 6 beads to create a circle. And to complete the circle, come back up the first 2 beads that you entered, that you added in your group. So you have a nice little 6 bead circle. Can you see that? Yeah. Nice little 6-bead circle. Now the next beads we're going to add are row 2. We're going to add 1 bead in between each of the beads that we've already added. So we're going to go 1. Is this easy to see? Do I need to be closer? So that's 1 bead, 2 beads, 3, 3. And, you know, depending on which direction you like to bead, I like to bead technically left to right. So I'm always going from left to right. So my string is coming out of the bead at the top and I'm putting it in, going to the right. One more. One more. Here we go.
So anytime you're ready to show the pattern, you
Okay.
just let us know.
And last bead in between the 2 beads, and we're going to step up into the first bead that we added in this row. So when you pull it, keep your tension medium. We don't want it too tight, but we don't want it really loose either. You should be able to see a nice little 6-pointed star like that. So we're on row 3. We're going to add again 1 bead, but row 3 is going to start the body of our body. I mean, so we're going to switch colors. So we're going to do a black on this one. And I just realized I might, well, I brought enough different colors, but this will be a crazy quilt fairy here today.
Well, we're also in Bobby Beads, so we do have a full bead store right behind you.
Yeah. Yep, and these are all Toho 11s that I'm using. And again, 1 bead in between each sticky outy bead. Just like Jill Weisman says.
I know, I love
Sticky
her.
outy beads. It makes so much sense. It's silly, but it makes sense when you're doing peyote, and especially when you're just learning peyote, you can get that concept of up and down beads in your head. Okay, so the last bead of our body is going, then you have to step up again into the first bead that we added in this row. So that's what your should look like at this moment. Now we're going to be on row 4. Row 4 is going to be one of our first increase rows. So I'm going to still use the orange color to indicate the increase and decrease rows. And we're going to pick up 2 beads, not 1, but 2. Let me find 2 here. 2 beads to go in between the black ones that I already put in. So each 2 beads for a total of 12 beads all the way around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. And keep it in between your thumb and index finger so your piece stays flat. We don't want any curling at this point, or at any point actually on the bottom here. We want it all nice and flat. And the last set. Again, you can see this. We're going up, stepping up into the very first of the 2 that we added in this row. So you're going to come out of the very, you're coming out of the 2. Can you, is that seeable? You see that? Good. You can see
So
that?
you're coming out of
Yes,
The two,
Mhm.
between the two, the first two set of two you put in there, that's
Yes.
where you're exiting, right there.
exactly. And that's row 4. Now row 5, we are going to do 1 bead in between each bead. So the first 1 bead you add is going to be in between the pair that you added on the previous row. And I'm keeping it orange because it is in the increase decrease areas. So we're going to add black here. And then you're going to come back up out of the first bead of the pair. And then 1 bead in between the pair. And 1 bead regular peyote. Now, I have habit of beading, especially when you're doing large pieces and you have large stretches of peyote that you have to do. I like to load them up and then pull once. So you're not pulling 8 gajillion times every time you add a bead. So I just add it. 1 bead in between this pair. And pull once for 3 beads. Here we go.
That worked really slick.
You have to be careful that your string doesn't get knotted. It's easy to knot your string. You just have to make sure that when you add your bead, you pull it all the way through like that. And then add your next one, come out the pair in between, and then pull. It saves your arm, especially if you have shoulder issues. It's less moving of your arm. So here's 1 in between the pair, and the last bead on this row is coming up between. You're going to step up into the very first bead you added into this row. So now the end of row 5, this is what it looks like. And you're going to be coming out of a corner, not a corner, but you'll see where the increase decrease is right here. Like a little picot there. And now we are on to row 6. Row 6 is just regular straight peyote, 12 beads, 1 in between each bead. So since I want to keep my increase decrease as orange so that it's easily seen, this row will be all black, because we are not adding anything to the increase decrease corners. We're just adding 1 bead in between each and filling in with our black.
I'm gonna throw in that some people do like to count out their beads for the row, because on the pattern, you'll see that I mark how many beads there are, because some people do have a problem with the step up.
Sure, that's an excellent thing to do if that's what you need to do.
Yeah, because that's where I kept forgetting, is where I ended up, because the cat would interrupt me in the middle of it, and then I flipped it over and I went the other direction. So that's why holding on to it too really helps.
I think the other thing that I would throw in too is I have just a very small ruler that when I am doing each row, I lay it under the row that I'm working on so that I don't lose track of where I am, because even after all this number of fairies I've made, I can still lose my way.
Right. That's what I usually do at home. I usually have my patterns actually on my phone. So I just move them up and only show the row that I'm working on currently.
Oh.
So here we are, we're going back up and we're going to step up here into the first bead we added in this row. And here's completed row 6. Kind of looks like a little like a snowflake. Nice little snowflake. Okay, row 7 is an increase row. And but first we have to get to the increase. So the first bead is a body color. The second bead is two beads for the increase. Remember, 2 beads will increase your work. And it's also above where we've been increasing in row 1, row 4, and now in row 7. This is a increase row. And you'll see how that, see the increase there. And this is again a total of 18 beads. So, you know, the increase is starting to show itself in the number of beads that you're using in every row. So 2 beads, 1 bead, 2 beads, through. Again, keep it flat so it's not curling on you or cupping or anything. It needs to be flat. There's an increase. You see what the increase is going, oops, over the increase. Hang on here. Okay. Here's 1 bead. And 2 beads. Increase again. 1 bead. 2 beads. And this is where we step up into the bead, the first bead we added into this row. It's a total of 18 beads. So here's your row 7. Now row 8 again is 18 beads, but we're just doing peyote in between each bead, including in between the pair that you put on in the previous row. So when you put on your first bead, it's going to be 1 bead, and then you're sticking out of a pair of beads again. Only put 1 right in between. And then continue beading. Either if you're following this with the 2 different colors, we're going to do 2 of the body beads and 1 bead of the increase decrease color in between the pair of beads that we put in the previous row. So where, I know most of us are in Minnesota, but where are you guys all from? Are you all from Minnesota, or Nancy, are you in Michigan, or?
I'm Michigan, over on the west side of the state near Grand Rapids.
Oh, nice. Okay. And obviously I'm
This
sitting.
is Gail, and I'm from Michigan in the Detroit area.
Nice.
Hi, Gail. Good to see
Oh, you guys
you.
go visit.
Joanne told me you might come.
Yeah,
So
and
glad.
it's really been nice because I was in kind of a mood, and it's really lightened me up.
Oh, so glad that you can
Gail
help with
is the
that.
president of the Great Lakes Speed Society, correct?
Great Lakes Speedworkers Guild, yes.
Okay.
I was a member there for about a year when I was first learning to bead, and I took some classes through the Bead Workers Guild.
Yes, we're still offering them. We just have to offer them through Zoom.
Yep. Well, I'm over on the other side of the state, so, but
Yeah,
I know, I guess, because I know you don't have the in person, because I think it was about an hour from where I used to live.
exactly, because I'm not comfortable yet to call in-person meetings.
Yeah.
Okay, last stitch on this row, row 8, stepping up into the first bead you added. Here's row 8, row 9, again, 18 beads, and beading in between each bead. And again, how I just need to make sure that I've got that orange color in there to mark off where my increase decrease is. So this row is all going to be the darker color of the body. of a little guy or little girl or whatever you want to call it. So this is a total of 18. Go. I use a lot of icos as well in my work. I really am fascinated with geometric shapes and making bowls, vessels, I guess you'd call them. And I'm working on one right now that is mainly a triangle. But I'm actually doing it backwards. I started with the contemporary beadwork pattern for a ring using the belly band method to the right angle weave belly band method to start it. But I didn't like wearing a triangle for a ring. So I just kept going and kept increasing at the corners to make it wider and turn out to be the start of a bowl, another bowl. Okay, so last one on this row. Can you see this? We're going into our bead and coming out, stepping up into the bead that we added on the first bead we added on this row. Always remember that when you're stepping up. Looks odd, but it'll work. Okay, now row 10, another increase row. And you'll see that we'll have to do 2 beads here to increase, to keep our orange increase real obvious. So you're going to put 2 beads there and then 1 bead in between each of the plain black ones. And then again, we'll be at our increase decrease corner and we'll add 2 more. So you're going to do this all the way around for a total of 24 beads this time. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. I usually put on old movies when I bead, and I don't watch them, but I listen to them. And my son is like, "God, Mom, you're watching Harry Potter again?" It's like, yeah, I love Harry Potter. Me too. And I can say all the lines. Here we go. I'm also really interested in loom work, bead loom work. And I don't know if you all have subscribed to Bead and Button magazine, but over the years they've had some amazing loom patterns. And 2008, there was a pattern that crossed for 2 months in a row for a Japanese lantern by Naomi Sakura,
Yeah.
something like that, in Japan.
Sakura.
And I fell in love with that pattern in 2008, but never felt proficient enough to be able to ever do it. And okay, so here again, we're passing up into our first bead of the pair that we added, first pair of this row. So we're done with row 10. Okay, we're on row 11, which is 24 beads and bead in between each bead. In between each pair of beads. So to keep the increased color, I'm going to use orange again and then black. Anyway, I was fascinated with that pattern and the technique of bead looming. And I finally, in 2020, 20. Trying to get used to working at home and being at home all the time, I thought, I'm gonna do it now. I'm just gonna bite the bullet and I'm gonna do it. And I started in February. I found a really nice, good sized loom on Etsy, a woman whose husband hand makes them in California. And I here to Raquel, this is what I need. I need 50 grams of 20 colors. And over the course of 8.5 months, I managed to make all 4 panels of that amazing pattern of hers. I couldn't find anyone to create the lantern framework that she had hers on. So I decided just to go ahead and put them like next to each other in on a picture, in like a picture box almost, with the little space in between for the 4 panels. So yeah, it was absolutely wonderful. It was a long, hard road, but I think I ended up spending like $600 just in beads alone.
Oh my gosh, I know, but the
Yeah.
fun helping you pick all the colors.
Yeah.
That was really.
That was a lot of fun. And I don't know, I want to do another one. I have another one all set up. The pattern's all set up. I just got to print it. The next one is going to be a Japanese koi fish in shades of white and black and gray.
Really?
And I have a tapestry holder. I'm gonna,
So then is the
hang it
koi gonna be bright orange and reds up against the
nope, it's gonna be
Contrasting?
blacks and grays.
whole thing? Wow, almost film noir koi.
Yes, like imagine a
Sepia tone.
black and white watercolor of an ancient Japanese tapestry.
Nice.
So that'll be my next one. So here we're on our last bead of this row, 11, and we are coming up and exiting the first bead that we added in this row. So what you're going to be coming up out of is an increase. You're going to be coming up out of an increase bead. So this one, now, according to Nancy's pattern, we're going to go ahead and get rid of our little tail here at the other end. And I usually like to use these really short needles to do that. So go ahead and weave in your tail to get it out of the way. And I don't like putting knots in my beadwork. I like just weaving them in and out and up and down and creating a really nice confusing pattern for that string so they never are able to unravel. When I first started beading in peyote, I was learning how to do Julie Preitel's boxes. Remember, you've done those, right? And I had knots all over the place, and it just made the work just so stiff, and you could see the knots coming out, and it was just not a good thing. So I really, really like the weaving in and out and in and out. Just create an impossible path of that for that string so it will never come out. Okay. So here's our bottom at this point. Your string should be exiting an increased bead, and it's there orange so you could see it a little bit better. And now we are going to grab our coin. I like to use pennies with Ico, or not Ico, but Toho size 11s seems, the round bead seems to work best with a penny. I've tried a dime, and the dime just was not big enough. penny, and quarters are too big unless you're using size 18 or size 8 or 10 beads, size 10s. You can use a quarter if you want a really big fairy. But now we're going to get our penny. This is a nice shiny one. And we're going to hold it in, and we're going to continue with row 12, which is also 24 beads. Holding the penny here will also help us keep this beadwork nice and flat so that we can have a nice and flat beadwork to stand our little fairy dies on. It also acts as a nice weight so they don't like wobble and fall over. Okay, so row 12, again, 24 beads, 1 bead in between each. And let's go. 24 beads. 1, 2, 3. Does anyone have any questions up to this point? Or no?
You're using Toho's, correct?
Yes, I am. I'm using.
Okay, because when I use Mayuki, that's why I put in the dime, because Toho's are just a little bit bigger.
Right.
So a penny might be a little bit too big if you're using Mayuki's.
Miyuki's, yes. So that in that case, yes, a dime works. But these are Toho size 11. So yeah, they're just a little.
I have a question. I know you're using the black and orange to show your increases, but if we're using all one color, we could still do that. Is that correct?
Well, if you're using all one color, it's just going to look like this.
Uh-huh.
And it might be, I'm using 2 different colors just as demonstration to help assist,
Okay.
so you can see where the increases and decreases are. But the first few ones that I did were single colors. I just, followed the pattern. And
So the black color is your main dress, and and then the orange was your increases, right? I was
Yeah.
just wondering what it would do with the pattern, if it makes like stripes up the dress type thing.
it
or-
does. Here, let me
Okay,
show
that's why I was trying. That's why I didn't do it, because I wasn't sure how. Okay, there you go.
you did
Okay.
with blue and orange. And you see
And then
how
it goes all the way up. Oh, yeah. Okay.
just go up the dress.
Okay, maybe I'll do that too. I'm making this for my granddaughter.
Sure.
So I'm doing, she likes pink and purple, so,
Perfect. Here's another one.
oh yeah,
Just some little variation.
cool. Okay,
Doing.
thank you. And I'm Paulette from Kansas.
Oh, Paulette, thank you for joining us. This is
Yeah.
awesome. And here's another one where you can see orange and black. Again, I'm doing a different color orange, but you see how the stripes go all the way up her dress. So this is a little bee. I think this one looks like a little bee.
Oh, yeah, it's totally adorable. Yeah,
Okay,
I
I
did
also,
dots and I thought that was
Here's
fun.
here's the polka
The
dot. Here's the
purple
polka dot
one.
one
Yeah.
that Raquel did.
So if you change every 3rd row, the different color, it's the one right before an increase or a decrease, then you get polka dots. And so that way it was easier for me to count my beads, and then I knew I had to increase or decrease right after the change of color.
Yep, that's a good idea too.
So I was trying to teach myself how to count and bead and amongst cats.
I also have a question.
Uh-huh.
This is Gail. The coin is going to stay in there, right?
Yes, it is. At this
Okay,
point, we're just holding it in there to keep the beadwork flat.
okay.
And
Um,
after this row, this is row 12 that we're doing right now. After row 12, we're going to do a decrease roll, which will actually start bringing the sides in and start the cupping action that will hold the coin in.
which is the purpose of the size of
Yes.
the coin.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
that's what I thought. Well, I had this little thought, because around here, they're always looking for all of our coins and, a coin shortage and what have you. So I went to the hardware store and found what's called a fender washer.
Oh,
And it's the very same size
Perfect.
as what a dime was.
Okay,
So
that's a good idea.
I just thought for something different, and it's about the same weight as the dime. So I wasn't sure because I hadn't read through the pattern enough to know whether it was going through. Now, the thing is that it does have a small hole in the middle, but
But that's
It just-
actually fine because it's going to be completely covered within the base of the body.
I
right.
would think the washer is heavier and easier to keep the balance.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
I'm sorry.
I would think that the washer would weigh more and therefore keep the fairy balance better.
Well, especially with what I learned at the hardware store today was this was called a fender washer. So the hole in the middle was much smaller than a typical washer of this size. So
Cool.
that's my little tidbit for today.
Awesome.
I'll also throw in that I know there's been some people who have found a button the size of a dime and have used that, and it works okay too.
Absolutely. As long as
Aha.
it's flat
Yeah.
and it fits inside your beadwork. Okay, so now we are on row 13, which is what is a decrease row. So this row, what we're going to do is see how my string is coming out of a body color. What we're going to do is we're going to bead three body colors, 1, 2, 3. And then when we get to this decrease row where we would normally add 2 beads for a decrease, we're going to bead from one black right to another black and essentially skip this area. And what happens when you do that all the way around and you pull it tight, that will start to create that cupping of the coin. And it will start to create your walls that will go up and hold your coin in place. When I first discovered how manipulating these little seed beads, making them go in and out and up and down, it just absolutely floored me. I'm like, wow, you can do that. Okay, so we have 3 beads in there and we've gotten to the increase, decrease space. Here we go. I'm not gonna add any beads and I'm gonna just go and sew through the next black bead. And if you pull on it a little bit, you can see that it's actually starting to, oh, here we go. It's actually starting to raise up a little bit to create that wall that will hold our coin. So we're going to add 3 more beads for the body. 2, 3. And we're going to skip over and sew into the next black and not add another bead. And you pull it and you can see that the wall is starting to form up around the coin like that. And we're going to just go all the way around. Add 3 and skip or gap. It's a gap. Nancy calls it a gap, which it is. Gap, sew through it, pull a little bit. And this is going to be our first decrease. 3, 3, skip, and pull it. And then as we go, when we do another increase, it's going to be, let's see, looking at the pattern. We're on row 13 right now. And then we will, let's see, the next one we go is 6. 13, that's where we are right now.
Mhm.
And then 14 is 1 bead in between each, including the gap and one. Okay, so the next row we're going to decrease is going to be row 16. So let's just keep finishing row 13 here. And remember, when you get to the decrease, you're going to skip over and sew into the next bead and not add a bead there. And so this is our last section in this row. And after you add those 3 beads, you're going to skip over, and then you're going to step up and come out of the first bead that you did in this row. And if you pull it, you can see a little cup is starting to form with little sides that come out. I'm having trouble with this here. Little sides that come out and up. Okay, so now you need to keep your tension relatively tight and hold that little penny in there. And now we're on to row 14, which is 1 bead in between each bead and over the gap. So let's talk about beading over the gap. So we're going to bead 1 bead, then we're going to bead 2 beads. And then you'll see your needle is sticking up over a large gap, right? Because here's where we skipped, right there. We're going to put an orange bead in there to indicate the increase, decrease. And you're going to sew into the next uppy bead, up bead. And when you pull it tight, it's going to look like that. Back up here. There we go. So let's put on 1, 2 of the body beads. And then again, we're at a gap. You put 1 bead in and sew into the next bead that sticks up, the sticky uppy bead. And you pull it a little tight. And you see now it's really starting to cup that coin. 2 more. Oops. And another corner bead all the way over to the next sticky uppy bead. I love that term. It's so funny.
Here, I think
And she should patent it.
she should.
Copyright on.
Well,
sticky
because I
uppy
think
bead.
she's made the most videos of any designer out there, you know,
Mhm.
and they're so charming and easy to follow that.
Here's another corner where we're
Phrases.
putting the needle into that next sticky uppy bead over that large gap. 2 more body beads. 2 more body beads. Another bead over the gap. And into the next sticky uppy bead. What? 2 body beads. 1, 2. Now on this last gap, bead in place and step up. So you're going to put your needle into what would have been the next sticky uppy bead and then up through the very first bead you added in this row. And you pull nice and tight. So now you have your coin is really captured. And you can see how it's really captured in there. You've got your 6 corners that are very, in this case, you can see them really well because of I'm using the orange, but so that was row 13. Now, that was row 14, sorry. Row 15 is just straight peyote, 18 beads, straight peyote. And So we're gonna do 1, and then your bead is coming out right next to the gap bead that you put on. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna dig down into that little gap bead that we added in the previous row and come right out of it. And we're going to be beading right up against it so that you can see, keep track of where your increase decreases. So in this case, I'm doing 1 body bead and 2 orange corner beads. But of course, if you're doing all one color, you just have to make sure that when you get to that corner, you have to kind of dig down a little bit to get your peyote beads snugged up against each other in that corner. And what this sets you up for is for the beadwork start coming up instead of being flat. So we've cupped the corner, we've cupped the what's it called? Coin inside your beadwork. And this row that we're doing now, row 15, is going to start your beadwork up, coming upward. Getting me down all the way, and this is going to have a total of 18 beads. Down in there. And there we go. Body bead. We're going to have 2 corners down, capture that little gap filler. That's a good name. That's a gap filler bead. You're going to be doing this a lot throughout this pattern when you fill a gap, and then you're going to be beading and digging down into to capture that gap filler bead right there. Really is the beauty. Okay, so here we are. We're on our last bead, bead 18. We're going into that. I'm really hoping that you're able to see this. You're going into that sticky uppy bead and then stepping up into the first bead of the row that we just added. And pull it nice and tight. Now, at this point, if you wish, you can go ahead and get some Glad press and seal or whatever you want to use to stuff it with, and to create a little little tube.
Back of the all to push it in.
Yep. And like we're using
I don't know if the bubble wrap will work or
bubble
not.
wrap. Maybe if we pop the bubbles.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah, maybe we pop the bubbles, and we're taking our little bubble wrap thing and doing it in a little tube here and using an awl, back of an awl, as Nancy suggested, and to kind of stuff it down in there. I'll probably have to use at least 2, maybe 3 little strips of popped bubble wrap. Yeah, we get to pop bubble wrap. How fun.
know.
Otherwise, if you're using something like press and seal, it looks like this. It's a long tube.
Okay, hold on, Nancy. We're gonna
We're
get
trying
you
to
on
find
here.
you, Nancy.
Oh, there she is.
There she is.
Oh,
It
yeah,
says
she's doing a
the-
whole like tube.
Well, wait.
And then I usually fold the end over and then just kind of stuff it in. You know, using the back end of my awl. You know, kind of filling the outside edge to the
Yep.
center, and then when I have enough, then I clip it off.
Nice. The
Yeah.
other thing, the other tool that I have found that works well, because I stuff a lot of stars, is chopsticks.
Oh, that's a good
Heard of
one.
that too.
The tip of-
Anything with a rounded end, but I think with being like metal, it doesn't stick as much as it might if it was like a pencil end.
Yeah, I try to make it so that it gives a little bit so that I don't break beads.
Yeah, we don't want to break beads.
No.
Okay. So we've got our little stuffing, first row stuffing in there. And we're going to go on to row 16, which is a gap row. Remember when we do gap rows, we skip in between the increase decrease rows. So we're going to decrease this even further. And instead of 18 beads, which is the previous row, this one's only going to be 16 beads. So we're on row 16, doing 16 beads. So here we go. We've got some filler in there. So here we do 1 bead and we're at an increase, decrease, and we're going to skip. We're going to do the gap here. We're going to just skip and we're not going to add a bead. And then we're just going to do 2 more little, in this case, body colors. And so you're going to be doing a total of 1 bead. So we did 1 bead, then we did a gap, and now we're going to do 8 beads. 1, oh, here we go. Then we're going to do 8 beads. So after the 1 bead and then your 1 gap, we're going to do 8 beads, which means that you're going to put a bead here in between this at this increase decrease row. So we're just going to add 1 bead. So we're going to count. So 1 bead, a gap, and then 8 beads. So 1, 2, 3, in there, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And then your needle should be coming out at an increase decrease point. At this point, we're going to gap again. So we're going to skip and not add a bead and go through those 2. And then we're going to add 7 beads. So count again. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. In between the increases here, we're not gapping on this one. 3, 4, 5. And here again, we're not gapping on this one. So this is going to be 6. And then our last bead, 7, will be our step up. So you're going to go into the up E bead from the previous row and stepping up into the first bead that you added in this row. And if you pull it nice and tight, you'll see that your beadwork is actually starting to come up now. When the last 2 rows that we did with that gap, you'll see that it's also coming up. Now also, if you look at it and you have where we gapped in this row, we have it on the north-south axis. That's what I like to think of it as, north-south axis. That is where your beadwork is going to start coming together. And you will see a distinctive front and back, if you wish, of your beadwork. So you'll have, it'll start be pinching, it'll start coming together on the north-south axis. This is where we gapped, right here. And then you see that we put the beads here on the other sides, the east-west. So you're going to be able to decide, is this going to be the front of my fairy or the back of my fairy, depending on which direction you like to bead. since I like to bead left to right, with the axis of the gap north and south, my fairy face is going to be on this side. But you'll see as we go along, as we continue the gap exercise on these two corners, you'll see how it grows, and it'll start making a kind of an oval shape. Yeah, kind of an oval
Yeah.
shape. Yep. Okay, so now we are on row 17. One bead in between each bead and over each gap. So right now our bead is exiting a bead that's right next to a gap. So we're going to bead over the gap. And the same we did before is you're going to put a bead over the gap into the next sticky outie bead. So it's going to look like that. Okay. I hope you guys can see this. It's hard for me to see it. So, and then you're just going to go all the way around and bead regular peyote until you get to the next gap. I better run out of black. I forgot, I forgot to bring all my tubes.
Oh, you just brought, was on your thing?
I just totally forgot to bring all my tubes of all my extra beads.
So we can
I
get
was,
whatever color you
not
need.
Thinking. Okay, so one more bead and then we're going to be at the gap again. We're going to fill in that gap with one orange bead to help see the decrease, increase. And we're going to again jump the gap and come out of the next sticky outie bead. Then regular peyote all the way around to your step up point. Step up point. And also you can see your wall is growing. It's growing higher. Getting bigger. Actually starting to maybe look like the body of a little fairy. Here's our last bead. And you're going to be coming up. You're going to be coming up into that bead that you filled the gap in. Okay. So you're going to be coming out of the gap filler bead. On row 18, we are just doing regular peyote all the way around for a count of 16 beads. So 1, 2. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's okay. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. Now this is where you're beading into that gap filler bead, so you have to kind of dig down in there to capture it on the two ends that you had gap filler beads. Your north and south end. Almost back around. And here, our last bead. We'll be digging down into that gap filler bead and stepping up into the first bead that you added on this row to complete row 18. Pull nice and tight. And now you see how we're really having a little cup action going there. Our walls are really starting to build up higher. And so that's row 18. Okay, row 19 is going to be also a gap. So we're getting smaller now. We're starting to the piece is starting to slowly come up and together. So this row will only have 14 beads in it instead of 16. One bead in between. We're going to do 7 beads first. So count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5. Uh-oh.
What happened?
Okay. I think I missed something here. Hold on.
I know I miscounted, but I'm just going with it. It looks the same. I'm just 1 beat short.
No, wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is supposed to be. Okay, I'm sorry. I have to pull this out. Okay.
You put an orange bead where black bead was supposed to be?
Yeah, I think so. No, I'm sorry. I apologize.
It's okay. I got it all messed up earlier in the pattern and I had to undo a couple of rows twice.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, I see what I did. I picked up 2 instead of 1. Do you have something I could break this with? Okay, I picked up 2 beads instead of 1.
And then here's a. Usually I stick that in there and then crunch the bead. That way you don't splice your thread while you do it.
Perfect. Yeah, that was my mistake. Sorry about that. There's an extra bead in there and there wasn't supposed to be an extra bead in there. Okay, so give me a moment here to.
Somebody wanted to come along for the
Re-thread.
ride and they weren't invited.
I know, it's like, dude, come on.
So many seats in the car.
Okay, so we are doing row 19 again. We are exiting from a gap. There's going to be a gap right here. Oh, see, I didn't do the pattern right, but that's okay. So we're going to do 7 beads. So 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so here we are, 7. We're going to do a gap again, which means you're going to skip a bead and go up into the next sticky outy bead. And then you're going to do 7 beads again. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7. Okay, so with the 7th bead, you're going to go through, you're going to put your needle into that first corner, that first increase, and you're going to skip that increase. So you're going through it, and then you're going to come out and step up into the first bead you added in this row. Ugh, jumping. So if you pull it nice and tight, again, we have our north-south axis is coming together here because of the gaps that we're putting in there, the beads that we're skipping. And here's our east-west, which has the walls of the body that's starting to really grow up nicely. See, the sides are bring up. And I don't know if you can tell, but with the north-south axis like this, you can see it's starting to make more of an oval shape. It's no longer round. Okay, that was row 19. Now we're on row 20. Regular peyote, be 1 bead in between everyone and in between the gaps as well, for a total of 14 beads again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is going to be in between the gap. So you're going to have this large gap here again, and just put your needle through the next sticky uppy bead. I might have to pay her every time I say that. Here we go. Almost around. A total of 14, almost. Let's see. Oh, come on. And this is 13. And 14 is our gap bead. So you're going to be going over the gap and putting your needle into the next sticky up bead and into the first bead. You're going to be coming out of the first bead that we added in this row. You pull nice and tight. You can really see that it's starting to be an oval. And our walls are growing nicely. Okay, let's do one more row before we stop. This is also 14 beads, 1 bead in between each bead, a regular peyote. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now you have to dig down into that gap filler bead to snug up your beads. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, dig down into that gap filler bead, and 14 into the sticky uppy bead and stepping up out of the first bead that you added on this row. Hold it nice and tight. Now that was row 21. And as you can see, we have kind of a hole in there now. The walls are shaping up nicely, and we're going to add some more stuffing. Let's add some more stuffing. Get your stuffing, roll it up into nice little tubes, and use whatever tool you prefer to tuck it down into your piece, filling all the gaps. Getting it nice and full of little stuffing stuff. Okay. Let's turn. Okay. There. Now we've got it nice and stuffed. Got it nice and stuffed in there. As you can see, those gap filler beads at the end of our flat part is starting to kind of stick up, and it really delineates where your corners are. I'm trying to get that so you can really see them, how they stick up. It's hard to see. There you go. There you go. You see how they're starting to stick up a little bit?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so your thread should be exiting just a regular bead. See, here's the north, and here's the south. So here's our north-south axis right there. And your string should be coming out of the next uppy, sticky outy bead right next to the axis. So pull nice and tight, and we're going to continue on with row 22. And you're going to sew 5 beads. So count out 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to do a gap again. So you're going to skip, pull 5 through. Now you're going to skip the bead and come out the bead, and that is going to be your gap. Then we're going to do 6 beads. Count 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on now. 4, 5, 6. And again, you're going to do a gap, skip that space, and sew right in between, right through it. And then you're going to add 1 last bead to finish your row. And you're going to step up into the first bead that you added. Come on now. Sometimes it's trying to get in there. Here we go. Then you're going to come up out of the first bead you added on that row. And we've got our stuffing in there. And you see it's starting to close up and get smaller. And we still have our north-south axis here, where we're doing our decreases. You can really see it's really starting to take nice shape. Now row 23 is only 12 beads and regular peyote, 1 bead over between each bead and 1 bead between the gap. So we're going here for 12 beads. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we're going to put in a gap filler bead here. 5 is a gap filler bead. We're filling this gap, and we're just going to put our needle into the first sticky outy bead. That was 5, 6. This is bead 6. So, oh, you know what? frick, I did it again.
You picked up 2 instead
I
of
picked
1?
up 2 again in the previous row. The heck? So satisfying. I don't know why breaking beads.
Static electricity is what I bet it is.
I bet that's what it is.
There's
So we're
much
just gonna
static.
continue here. 1 bead in between each bead and a regular peyote until you get to the next corner. And we're gonna fill that gap. Fill that gap. Find the next sticky outy bead in the gap and fill it. And we're actually, that was the end. We're going to put our bead needle in there and come out the first bead that we added in this row. So if you pull it nice and tight, you'll really see how your piece is really starting to come together. And the top now is smaller than the bottom. And we still have this nice little east-west axis thing going on here. Okay, row 24. Okay, we're almost done with the body. Almost done. Now we're gonna do 12 beads. 1 bead in between each bead, regular peyote. So 12 beads. 1, 2, 3. Well, this is where you're going to have to use, you have to dig down into that gap filler bead. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Dig down into that gap filler bead. 11 and 12. And again, you're going to step up into the first bead that you added in this row. I really like how this pattern goes from a 6-sided pattern to all of a sudden you have this little cute little oval shape. So cute. Okay, row 25 is a gap row. So we're going to bead 3 beads. Your string should be coming out of, so here's our axis right here. Our string should be coming out of the second bead after that. So here's our axis. Here's our axis. And our string is coming out of 1, 2 beads past the axis. So that's where we should be right now. And we're going to bead 3 beads. 1 regular peyote. 1, 2, 3. And we're going to do another gap. So we're going to skip a bead, push our needle all the way through to create that gap. Now we're going to do 5 beads. So 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5. And again, we're at the gap again. So we're going to skip that bead, push our needle through those 2 in our increase and decrease and pull it through. And then we're going to finish with 2 beads in this row. 1, 2, and then we will step up into the first bead we added in this row. There we go. If you wish, you can add some more stuffing. I like to keep it nice and stuffed. as the walls grow, I'll just kind of add stuffing in here. Keep it nice and fat. I like my fairies well fed.
Mhm.
There you go. Okay.
I think mine prefers chocolate.
I like chocolate. Okay. On to the next row is row 26, 1 bead in between each bead and over that gap that we created. Oop. Something's popping up. Does anybody have any questions or? We're okay, we're doing all right. We're on row 26 of the body. A total of 10 beads this time. Again, here is your north-south axis, and your string should be coming out of the 3rd bead away from your axis. Axis, I have trouble with that word. Okay. So we're doing 10 beads in this row. It's gradually coming together and getting smaller. Now we're going to bead over the gap. This is going to be a gap filler bead. Skip over the gap and put your needle out of the next up sticky uppy bead. That was 1, 2, 3. This is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is going to be a gap filler. So jump over the gap and put your needle through the next sticky yachty bead. Let's see, that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And again, you're going to put your needle in and come out the first bead you added to this row in your step up. That was row 26. Now row 27 is just 10 beads going all the way around. 1 bead in between, regular peyote. So 1. Dig down and grab that gap filler bead. 2, 3, 4, come back here. 4, 5, 6, 7. Dig down and grab that gap filler bead. Go. And I think this is 8. 8. Then 9. And then 10. And you will step up into your first bead of this row. Okay. Pull it nice and tight. Okie dokie. So there's our body. We've completed 27 rows, and you can see how our base is nice and wide and round with our 6 points, but our top is now turned into this very small little 10 bead wide oval with an axis point running north and south. Now at this point, Nancy suggests to end your thread, add some more stuffing. And I think we're going to do that because I don't have enough thread to complete the face and the hat. So Usually when I do this at home, I have about 6 feet of thread and I just keep going with the head. But what we're gonna go ahead and do is we're going to weave our needle through, weave our thread through to end this on row 27. Just weave it back and forth and back and forth so that our beads won't have a chance of escaping. Be careful doing this because it's tight in there. You don't want to poke yourself, or what I've done in the past is you're pushing through and all of a sudden your needle breaks.
Hey, when that happens.
It's like, ah, stop, no. So we were just weaving this in and out and in and out in order to end the thread for our body. It actually kind of looks like a little volcano at this point.
Oh, especially being orange and
Are
black.
Yeah, orange and black. So we
Are
have,
you using a size 12 needle or a 10?
I am using 12.
Thank you.
I like the real thin needles, and these are Toho needles. And yeah, I like the real thin ones. I use short ones. You can see the size difference. I use short ones to tie in. Can you see that? Kind of can see it. They're about half the length. I use the short ones to tie tails, to weave tails in and out, because it's usually your string is shorter on a tail and it's harder to deal with. Okay, so we're gonna stop here for a second. We're gonna add a little bit more stuffing and get it nice and stuffed in there. And then we will go on to the head and face, which I think is when it gets really interesting.
There's just
Okay.
so many possibilities.
Absolutely. So now we have our little oval and we're ready to start our head. And I'm going to take a break here and drink some water.
Good idea.
And if anybody has any questions, please feel free.
How do you get the flowers in the dress?
The flowers in the dress. You can add them at this point before.
I did one little flower at the base. I
Mhm.
just stopped changing my color. And then your 6 beads look like a flower on the stem. So I kind of lucked it out just by pure accident here.
Or you can do what she's also done on this one, is using O beads, or these O
They're
beads are
teacups.
teacup beads, and just sewing them on top of the beadwork.
I decreased too many times, so she's got a flat spot there. So on each one of them, I added the teacup, and so
How
it's
cute.
an accent to her dress.
Yeah, there you go. So you could add flowers like this, or you could add flowers like Raquel did in the pattern.
Yeah, in your peyote pattern.
In your peyote pattern.
So it just turns out that you have your 3 and then end at the
Mhm.
picot and then change color. It just turns it out.
And the way I did this one, it turns out that when we add her head and face, her shoes will stick out. So
Oh,
these 2
cute.
little points where my fingers are will be her little shoes that will stick out. And she has little stripy dress in the front and back. And then on the sides where we're doing our increases and decreases, she's got this little picot pattern. And that's why I missed one right there, but there we go. There's our little picot pattern in the increase, decrease, and her little stripes on the front and the back of her little dress.
So the way Nancy wrote the pattern, it just kind of creates them
Yeah,
automatically
it's
if
so
you
cool.
do the color thing.
right. If you did a light colored body, you could do a dark colored feet just on those two, in these two corners. And you'd have like black little shoes.
Mhm.
How cute would that be?
Or ruby slippers.
Or real, oh my God, I'll have to do that one in the next one. Okay, so I'm gonna start now with a new length of thread. And I usually measure it 1 arm length, 2 arm length, 3 arm length, which is I think about maybe a yard, yard and a half, which is 3 feet, 4 feet, 3 or 4 feet of thread, whichever you're comfortable using. I'm using a 4-pound fire line, 0.13 millimeter. It's one of my favorite threads. That or KO thread. I really like KO thread.
Where do you find it? I've never.
I've had to order it online, but KO thread and
What is KO and what is the strength of it?
KO is a silk nylon blend
Oh, okay.
that you can get in a ton of different colors. And I ordered it from Fire Mountain before in the past, and it comes on little bobbins.
Yeah, I've been using the 1G thread with all of my fairies, and that works just fine.
Mhm.
It's about the size D.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah, a 1G is awesome. It doesn't, it
There's no fray to it, and it's
Absolutely.
strong and has a little bit of stretch,
Mhm.
so that if I make a mistake, I can go back and re-sew through it and pull tight to get that corner
Yep.
gap tight down there.
absolutely.
And I haven't broken any yet.
Yeah, it's good. It's good thread. When I did my lantern pattern,
Mhm.
I did my work threads, the long threads that were in the length of the piece in Nymel.
Okay.
But then I used 1G for going back and forth and back and
Ah.
forth because it was thinner and it doesn't fray, like you said. It's awesome. Okay, so we are going to start the head and the face. So what you need to decide is your colors for your hat, the colors for your face, and we will also need 2 3mm beads for the eyes. And in my case, I'm using size 10 pearl beads. You can hardly see those little white pearl beads, size 10 here. There we go.
Some people have used size 8 seed beads too.
And I've also used Japanese drop beads.
Yeah.
They tend to stick
Those are
out.
3 mil pearls.
These are 3mm pearls.
Yeah, that's
right
what I
here.
used in those.
And let's see, I've done
I didn't have
the
any in
Japanese
the-
drops too, and they do tend to stick. I'm looking for that one. They do tend to stick out a little bit more.
Oh, those
Um,
little mini megaton
Yeah,
thingies.
yeah, that's what this one is. So you can see they kind of stick out a little bit more. But you know, whatever you want to do. I mean, this is the beauty of Nancy's pattern is you can use so many different things for each of the components of your piece. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to add thread. We're going to start way over here and start weaving it in and out. But the trick is, this is where you decide which side of your north-south axis you want your face. And if you want your face on this side, then you have to come out of the bead in the decrease from row 26. So how you find that is you decide which side you're going to have your face, and you look at the beads that we just did. So the row 27 is the sticky outy bead, but row 26 is the bead that's in the valley, I guess you'd call it. So when you add your string, you're going to add it over here and you're going to weave it in and out and in and out. And you're going to have your needle coming out of your valley bead in the decrease on row 26. So can you see where my needle is coming out of?
Oh, okay, I gotta do one more row.
So
That's why.
So row 27 is a sticky outy bead. So that's the rows, that's the beads that are sticking up right now. That's row 27. So the row right beneath it, which is the bead in the valley, is where you have to have your needle sticking out of in order to start our stitch in the ditch to create the base of the hat and the face. So we're going to start way down here. We're just going to start weaving our thread back and forth because I don't like knots. Leave a little tail, hold it with your fingers. Start weaving in and out. And start going in the general direction of the bead that you want to come out of, which again is row 26 bead in your increase decrease access points on the side there. Okay, we're just weaving in and out to secure our thread. Back and forth, in and out, up and down. And we want to remember that we want to be coming out of the bead in the valley in one of our access points. Axis, north-south axis. So here we go, we're getting closer. And whichever the direction your needle is facing and coming out of, that is going to be the side that your face is going to be on, that your little fairy face is going to be put on. So here I am, I'm putting my needle into the sticky outy bead of row 27 in one of our axis, and then I'm coming down, and my needle is now coming out of the bead in the valley of row 26. And my string is coming out at the top. Here's our north-south axis again. And my string is coming out. Oh, let's see if you can see this. Here's our north-south axis. Our string is coming out of the bead in the valley of row 26, right there. Now, the direction that my string is coming out of, that is the side that your face is going to be on. That's the side that your little face is going to be on, and that's going to be the front of your piece. The opposite side is going to be the back of your piece. So if you want to put some fun designs in the back of the hat, it's going to be on this side. And this side is going to be where your face is and the little petal design in the hat. So if we're all there, let's weave in our tail. Take my shorter needle here and weave in the tail. We don't have a tail. Now, if any of you are familiar with the stitch in the ditch, it's a way of beading on top of beading to start a new section. You can either do it, I learned how to do it through making boxes from Julie Preitel's book, because she did that technique inside the body of the box to create, to help with the stiffness of the box and to accentuate the shape of the box and to give you a ridge to set your top on.
Oh, okay.
So, but we're going to do stitch in the ditch on the outside of the piece, which will create the bottom part of our hat and our face, and it will come up and out like this as we build it up to create the ridge of the chin of the fairy right here, right there. And you can see how the hat starts to come out from the body here, and then we'll bring it in and decreasing to create the little top from the hat. So let's go. Are we ready? Is everybody ready with our stitch in the ditch? we are coming out, again, we're coming out of the bead in the valley. And the direction your string is coming out of is the side your face is going to be on. So let's, oh, also we have hat beads. So we have a color for your hat bead. And again, I'm going to do different colors to accentuate the increase and decrease, which is going to still run along the same axis. It's still going to be on the same side, but it's just going to be coming out. You'll need beads for mouth. The mouth, Nancy's pattern calls for one little bead for the mouth, but I like to do 3 little beads for the mouth. So the mouth is actually smiling at you. Can you see that? So instead of just one little bead, let me find another one. So instead of just one little bead for the mouth, we're going to have 3 little beads for the mouth. So it's kind of like a little heart-shaped mouth. Nancy's pattern calls for only 1, and you can absolutely do it that way. I'm going to do 3 to make a little heart-shaped mouth. But we're not there at that point yet. So let's start with our stitch in the ditch. So when we do we're going to do increases and decreases just as we did on the body. So the first stitch is going to be an increase stitch. So you're going to pick up 2 beads of your hat color, and you're going to go into the next bead in the valley. You're not stitching on top of your beadwork, you're stitching on the outside of your beadwork. So when you pull it through and you've got your 2 beads, you can see that they are sitting outside of the body, right? That's your first increase. So now we're going to do 1 increase, get control of my thread here, and then we're going to do 3 regular beads. So let's see, let me do a different color here. Let's do white. And when I say 3 regular beads, I mean we're going to do 3 regular peyote stitches, but you're going to put your needle into the bead from row 26, which is the bead in the valley, not the sticky outy bead. So that's 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now we're at the other side where we're going to put our increased beads. So you see how our beads are sitting outside of the body. Okay. We are beading into the down in the valley beads on row 26. So now we're going to do 2 increases. So we're going to pick up 2 beads and we're going to put our needle into the next bead in the valley.
Excuse me, there's just a question.
Sure.
Somebody was asking, you're using single thread, would you double work that or not?
No.
No, I wouldn't. I would use Fireline or 1G thread, which is strong enough to be able to be pulled tight without breaking. I would steer clear of NYMO just because of the hundreds of passes that you're doing through this beadwork. You don't want your thread to fray and break on you. So, I mean, if you wanted to, you could do a double thread, but if you're using 1G or Fireline, I don't think it's necessary.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have 1 increase to, we have to do a second increase. So we're going to pick up 2 more beads. And again, you're putting your needle into one of the row 26 bead in the valley, not the sticky outy bead. We are beading on the outside of the body at this point. And now we're going to do 3 more regular peyote beads. putting your needle into the bead in the valley on row 26. 1, 2, 3. And our last group of beads on this row will be our last set of double beads for the increase. So you're going to pick up 2 beads. I want you to be able to see this. You're going to put your needle into the bead in the valley, and then you're going to be stepping up into the first of the pair of beads that you added in the first at the beginning of this row. So when you have your string all brought in, all pulled in, let me tuck this in so you can see it. So you can see we've got 2 increases. Should be able to see that. 2 increases on either side of our axes, and you've got 3 of your hat beads on your north, south, east, west. So this is still north, south, east, west on both sides. And you remember the direction that your thread is coming out of, this side, my thread coming out of on this side. So this side is going to be your face side. This side is going to be the back of your hat. Okay. So now that was row 1 of our stitch in the ditch. Now row 2, we are coming out of a double bead, and you're going to pick up 2 more beads. So we're going to do another row of increase right here, and you're going to put your needle in between the pair of beads that you just put on. So you'll have 2 increases sitting on top of each other. Like that, 2 increases sitting on top of each other. And then we're going to do just regular 4 beads of regular peyote for the hat. 1, 2, 3, 4. And again, you're going to be coming out. Let me pull this through here so you can see it better. Okay, so this is 4, and your needle should be coming out of the first bead in one of those increased pairs. Now we're going to do 2 more beads. So you're going to have another set of increases on top. Your needle is going to go down into the second bead of that pair. And then we're going to put 1 hat bead in between a regular peyote stitch, and your needle is going to come out of the first of that second pair of increase. We're going to put another increase, 2 beads on top of the increase, and maneuver them so they're sitting up nicely and all behaving themselves. So now you see you have 2 increases on top of 1 increase on top of another increase, and 4 more regular peyote. 1, 2, 3, 4, and with this 4th one, your needle should be coming out of one of those pairs of increases that you did on the previous row. Get my needle in there. There we go. Okay. Again, 2 beads for the increase on top of the previous increase. Your needle is going to go down into that second bead of the pair. So you have an increase on top of an increase. And then you're going for the last bead of this row, you're going to pick up 1 hat. You're going to go into that first bead on the bottom of your increase and come out and step up into the first bead of the second increase that you added on top of it. So now your top should look like this. You've got, remember, here's your north-south axis. Here it is, right here. Our string is coming out of the first pair of increases. And remember, this is the side of the face. This is the side of the back of the hat, because this is where your string is coming out of. I'm going in this direction here. Okay, that was row 2 of our hat. Row 3 of our hat. This is where we're going to introduce our face beads. So whatever color you're going to use for your face beads, you need to get those out and ready. Now, what it says in row 2 or row 3, I'm sorry, is 2 hat beads. But if you notice, we are not going to increase here. We're only going to put one hat bead on top of the 2 from the 2 previous increases that we did. So it's a little point now. And then 1 more hat bead. So that's 2 hat beads. Okay. And now we're going to put 3 face beads. So we're going to choose your face beads and get 3 regular peyotes face beads. 1, 2, 3. Move that through. Oops. Here. And we're going to do 13 hat beads. Now this is just regular peyote. You are not going to put increases on these corners. They're just going to be 1 regular bead. So that's 1. And then number 2 bead is going to be coming down into the second bead of that increase. So it's going to be like a little point. And then we have 3, this is bead 3. Now this is kind of a gap bead. You're going to have to dig down in there to get your bead snugged up in there. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so now we're doing the hat beads. We're doing 13 hat beads. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Come up in between pair. Number 5 is going to be a single bead, not a double, remember. This is number 5. Number 6 is regular peyote. You have to kind of dig in there to get that bead in the proper coming, have your needle coming out of the correct sticky outy bead. Pull it nice and tight. And then let's see, how many are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, this is number 7 of our 13 hat beads. 8. 9. 10. Your needle is coming out of another pair, but we're not going to put the pair on. We're only going to put 1 bead on, so it's a nice little point. And then we're going to do the next gap bead. It's a gap bead, so you got to kind of dig in there to get your needle in. And this is the last bead. This is bead number 13 for our hats. So we're going to put your needle in here, and you're going to exit that first bead you put on from this row. So here is what your hat, your little person looks like at the moment. Now you see, I'm going to place it north-south axis again, since we keep looking at it that way. So here's your north-south axis again. Here is your 3 first face beads. So this is the side your face is going to be on. You can see the increased beads in the corners and your hat beads. Everybody with me? We're good? Because this is a really important, this last couple of rows are really important to be able to establish the head and hat and the face. So you can also see that we're beading outside of the body and we're creating a new ridge that's going to come up and over as we create our head and hat. So my string is coming out of here. Here's our north-south axis. My face is going to be on this side. And are we ready to go? Let's see. That was row 3 of the hat. Now we're on row 4 of the face and hat. We're just going to keep continuing here. We got 1 hat bead, 1 hat bead, and we're going to do 4 face beads. So we're going to start enlarging the face a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's 4 face beads. And if you also notice, as you start pulling it, it's going to start curving up. It's not going to stick out anymore. It's going to start curving up to create our face. You see how the wall is starting to curve up a little bit. Okay, so that was 4 face beads, then 2 hat beads. 1, 2. And I'm using the different colors again, just to emphasize where the corners of this piece is. Now you're going to have to increase a hat bead. So in this corner, in this end here, we're going to add 2 beads. We're going to increase it in the middle instead of increasing it on the ends, because what this does is we'll be able to have the head bulge out a little bit. So here where my string is coming out, we're going to add 2 beads to create an increase, to create that bulge in their little hat. You might have to kind of maneuver them a little bit to make sure they're sitting on top of each other. Then we're going to do 8 more hat beads. So 1, 2. And this also helps to establish a color pattern too. If you want a color pattern in your hat. 1, 2, 3. Oh wait, I'm on the white one. 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, and 8. Okay, so now we're on the other side where we're going to add an increase to help create the bulge of the little head. So you're going to pick up 2 beads. 2 beads that are really close in size. Rotate them in there. Straighten them out. And we're going to complete this row with 1 hat bead. And you're going to come up and out of the first bead that you added in this row. So here's our row 4. You can see our face is starting to grow a little bit. I'm using kind of a hot chocolate colored bead for the face. You see our north-south axis again. It's right here. And you can see this is going to be the back of the hat. This is where the face is. And with that increase that we just did, that's going to start giving us some bulk in our head as it comes up and curves around. So your piece should look like this by now, with the beading outside of the body, the walls of the head and face and hat starting to build, starting to stick up there. And we're going to go on to row 5 of our hat. This time we're going to start with face beads. We're going to do for 2 face beads. 1, 2. And we're going to add the first bead of our mouth. And like I said, Jill's pattern calls for only 1 bead for the mouth, which is perfectly.
Nancy's pattern.
Nancy, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry. Nancy's pattern calls for 1 bead for the mouth. And so I like to use these hot pink, actually ICO beads. They're small and they're really hot pink. You can see that really hot pink bead right there. 1 mouth bead, then 2 face beads. And then we're going to go on to build more of the hat. Okay. Okay. Now, 15 hat beads. So if you're doing a color pattern in your hat, just continue with your color pattern. And this is just going to be regular peyote. No increase, no decrease at this point. So that's 1, 2. Bead number 2, your needle is going to be coming out of one of the pairs of beads that you added in the previous row. You're going to add 1 bead there, just 1. We're not going to do an increase. And let's see, that was 1, 2, 3. This is 4, 5. 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 10, 11.
I can see we're setting out the number of beads in this instance, really does help, but you gotta pick the colors as you see them too, so. It's just hard.
So bead 13 is 1 single bead sitting on top of 2 doubles. Bead 14 and bead 15, your last bead in this row. You're going to step up and you're going to be coming out of the first bead you added in this row, which is a face bead. So now we've got our little hat starting to grow, our little face starting to grow. And we're on to row 6. Row 6. Now, in her pattern, she calls for 5 face beads. And absolutely go ahead and do that if you wish. I'm going to put 1 face bead and 2 mouth beads in order to form that little heart-shaped mouth that I like so much. So I'm going to add 2 of these little hot pink beads on either side of the other hot pink bead that I added. So you have to remember you're counting 5 face beads. So this is 3 face beads right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5. We need 5 face beads. So you have to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I know it's uneven at this point, but the very last bead you're going to pick up will be a face bead, so that then the face will be even. So that's our 5 face beads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you can see the little hot pink beads I'm using for my little heart-shaped mouth. I don't know, I just really like it.
It's cute.
Now we have 14 hat beads. So if you are making a pattern, color pattern with your hat beads, continue with that, but count 14 beads for your hat. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 6, 7, 8. I'm just going to do just the stripes on the sides of the hat. I'm not going to do any fancy stuff on the hat. Are you doing some
I
fancy
was
stuff on the
trying to
hat?
do a
Oh, no, you have a
double
knot?
face, but yeah, I got myself into a
Oh, dear.
knot, so I'm
Sometimes it happens, you know.
I've
had, knots where I've spent like 30 minutes trying to pick them out. And then you get so stinking frustrated. It's like, oh, screw it. Just pull out 2 rows and back up and redo those 2 rows. And then have enough thread so you can knot it, so you can
right.
weave it back in and freaking start all over. Freaking start 2 rows back.
Yeah, with that supermodel fairy, that's kind of what I did. I ripped her out like 17 times. Ugh.
Sometimes you'd have to do, what's that called? Frogging or something?
I-
Frogging. Okay, so here we are to our last bead, which is a face bead. Bead number 20. And we are going to put our bead in and step up to the first face bead we added in this row. So now your face is even. You look at it. You've got 2 face beads on either side of your little mouth. Or if you did not do the heart mouth, you've got 5 face or 7 face beads, or 6. What am I doing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 face beads all the way across the top. And you can see how the walls are starting to form up. And we're just going like crazy. We're on row 7. Row 7 of the face. So now we're going to do 5 face beads. Okay, 5 straight across face beads. 1. Oops. 2. 3. 3. 4. 5. And I think this is the widest part of the face. From after this row, your face is going to start being a little smaller. So after your 5 face beads, then we're going to do 13 hat beads.
Now I'm up to.
So this is regular peyote, no decrease, no increase. Regular peyote for 13 hat beads, or whatever color or pattern that you're doing in your hat. Okay. Okay. Let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. This is hat bead 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10. My son is like, God, how can you sit there for hours and hours? Like, I don't know, I just can. And my son is 21 and he watched me do some beadwork the other day. And he's like, I don't know what you're doing. And I'm like, I'm trying to explain to him what I'm doing and stuff. And he goes, my God, Mom, it's like watching paint dry. I'm like, oh, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. And you know, if I sit there and watch him play his video games, or it's the same thing. I'm like, I don't understand what you're doing. And he goes, well, because Mom, you don't do it all the time. And it's like, oh, I guess I don't. So we're going to end with 2 face beads. So this is going to be bead 19 and 20 if you're counting. And we're going to again go into that last bead and our needle comes out of the first bead we added in this row, which is a face bead. Oh, how cute. You can see his little faces growing.
Yay.
Oh, cute. And you can also see that the inside of your beadwork is starting to cup a little bit. Kind of looks like a football almost, but it's starting to come up and it's starting to kind of gather in. And again, because we worked on the north-south axis on the body, this shape mirrors that as well. So we also have a north-south axis on the head. But with this last row, we have some pointy beads here on the ends. And that's where we're going to start coming back in. And it's going to start coming back in and getting slender as we get up the top of the hat. Okay, we're on row 8. Uh-oh.
That bead right there is supposed to be a face bead. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I'll just rip out the row and redo it. But half the time, I mean, that's what happens when you start and end with the face. You're on like split level almost.
Right.
So
It's like,
you
wait a minute,
have
why is
to-
my face not even? It's like, oh, because I missed one. Yeah, I've
Right.
had that happen too. Okay, so we're on row 8 of the face and hat. And we're going to start with 4 face beads. So 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4. There we go. 4. And we are going to do 14 hat beads. So again, if you're doing a pattern on your hat, just keep following your pattern, but just count out 14 beads. So that's 1, 2. Do you have any questions going on? Or?
Oh, everybody's beading along, it seems like.
Awesome.
We had one comment that we were going a little fast, and so
Right.
she's
Okay.
watching for the rest, but I think that it just depends on where you're at. So no judgment in beading. If you're not at the same row, just follow along and you're welcome to ask questions.
Oh, yeah. I apologize because I've been told, yes, I bead fast. I don't have a lot of time to spend on beading because I work a regular job during the day. And a lot of times I'll come home and I'm just too mentally tired to bead. So on the weekends, I try to get caught up. I'm like, I have this project to
Mhm.
do and I want to finish this project. And I want to finish this one. So that's why I've developed this habit of adding 3 or 4 beads at a time and pulling them through. Seems to go faster.
Well, I would think it would put less strain on your thread as well, because you're pulling them all through the bead and then pulling it all versus this time it's just once. I mean, I don't
Right,
know.
right. You don't have to do it over and over and over and over again. So let's see, we got 1 hat bead. Then we're gonna end with 2 face beads. So this is gonna be, okay, that was bead 18. This is bead 19 and bead 20, which are 2 face beads, and we are beading up again into the first bead that we added in our row. Let's see here. Go. Okay. So the cup for the head is really starting to take shape now. And you can really see the differentiation between the shape of the head and the shape of the body. And there's our little bitty heart-shaped bead for our mouth, our little 3 beads for the mouth. And you can see my hat has blue edges, and the main part of the hat is white. This is the back. And we'll just keep going. Row 9. Row 9 is where we're going to introduce our eye beads. So get your 3mm beads, your size 10 beads, whatever you're using. I'm using these size 10 little pearly beads for my eyes. So you want to get those ready. First, we're going to do 2 face beads. 1, 2 for face. 2 faces, 2 face beads. Then we're going to put in 1 eye bead and 1 face bead. Okay. So now we have this larger bead, your eye, sitting there. And we're going to do 1 hat bead, just 1. We're going to do a gap. Do you remember we did gaps for the body? Put your needle in. You're going to skip and not add a bead. You're going to skip to the next sticky uppy bead, and that's going to be your gap. That's going to be your decrease. That's going to be what forces your beadwork on both ends to come together. So we got 1 gap. Now we're going to get 9 hat beads. So 1, 2, 2, and 3, 4. We're on row 9.
Okay,
You're-
I was just
you're looking
wondering
back?
how many face beads I'm supposed to technically have on each side of the mouth. Is that supposed to be a face or an edge?
So from the top of the heart face bead, 1, 2 in that row. So this is your face bead. So you've got 1,
No.
2.
So okay, so that's right. So this would be an edge bead and then the eye goes like right here somewhere. I'm
Yeah.
1 row behind, so
Yeah.
that's why.
So
Okay.
here's your face bead is here. And then we've got 1, 2, and then there's 1 outside of it.
Okay.
And then there's another one on top of that one.
So
And
then-
that's the row that you're going to put your eye.
So then the angle on the bottom is 5 face beads up, maybe. Oh, I'm 1 bead short. That's my problem. I can't count.
Oh, no.
My whole thing is 1 bead smaller,
Oh, dear.
but that's okay. It'll still work out.
It'll still work out. That's the beauty of
That's
this pattern
yeah.
is that,
There was a woman online too that said if you put your eyes in 1 row too early, it's okay.
it's
Just
perfectly fine.
Just make it a
Absolutely.
shorter face, you know? And so you meant to do that, right?
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah, this pattern, thankfully, thank you, Nancy, for making a pattern that's so flexible.
Yeah.
Flexible patterns. You don't get that much in beadwork.
No.
Flexible patterns. Okay, so we're still working on our hat beads. And whatever pattern. Oh, that's right. We do 9 beads and then a gap. So I got to count here. So from our gap that we did here, and we count the up beads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9. And then we do our gap. So we're going to skip and not add a bead, come out the next sticky uppy bead. That's our gap. Then we're going to do 1 hat bead. And then 1 face bead, 1 hat bead, 1 face bead. Our second eye bead, eyeball bead, here we go. And then 1 face bead, which is our last bead of this row. And we're going to be coming up and out of the first bead we added in this row, which should be the middle face bead. So your string right now should be coming out of the very center face bead. So it's centered over your little mouth, and your string is coming right out of that very center bead, right in between those 2 eyeballs. Okay. And as in Nancy's picture, you can see here's the top, here's the face, here's your little eye beads that are sticking out a little bit because they're a little larger. Here's her back, and you can see how this is starting to form a nice little cup. And you've got your little gaps here on the sides. That's forming up nicely. You can see your stuffing for your body down in there. And we are ready to go to row 10. I'd like to take a little break. Get
Totally
some
can.
water.
Yeah, and just keep beading
And
away,
just keep
everybody
beading
there.
and-
And
We'll get back to you. We'll start on row 10 of the hat and face bead. Here in Minnesota, it's a lovely 15 degrees, sun's out. We just had snow last night. So everything looks nice and clean and white and pretty for now. Do you have Kleenex?
oh, I do.
How's everybody doing? We're doing good? Awesome, thank you. I don't have a cold.
It's just
It's just-
58 degrees back here
It's a
because
little dry in here.
there's no heat in the back of our building. We're still working on the heater.
So,
And
yeah.
so- but I could turn the space heater back on if you're cold. I was just having a hot flash earlier, so.
I don't get those much anymore.
Oh my gosh, will it end, really?
It does, it
Oh my
does.
God.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, I think I only get them at night when the cats are like way too close to me and I'm like, get away from me. Can't, it's too hot. But yeah, my sister, my younger sister is in the thick of things right now with hot flashes, and she's,
It's been 10 years.
yeah,
I mean,
I
come on.
I did about a little over 10 years. for
Ugh.
me, yeah, so it gets better, really.
Okay, all
It
right.
does. It gets better.
Glad to know that.
It gets better eventually. You want to catch up here? Oh, you got to get your,
I'm almost
gotta-
there. I gotta go one more row around, I think, to get my eyeball, or else the
Yeah.
eyeball goes there, but I think I got one more row, so I'm catching up.
so if you look at it from the mouth,
Yeah, because my eyeball goes right there on top of that. bead I
There's
just did.
2 beads, 2 mouth beads, and then the eye bead at the angle. So that you need to get cut up a couple rows here.
Yeah, because my eye bead will go right there then. Okay,
Yes.
I'm getting there.
Okay, so let's keep going. We're on row 10 of our hat and face section. Like I said, your string should be coming out of that very center bead, centered right above your mouth bead. And we're going to start row 10 with 3 face beads. 1, 2, go through that eyeball bead. 3. So now you're going to have beads on either side of your eyeball. Your little eye bead. And we're going to have 12 hat beads now. 12 hats. Regular peyote. 1. Now your next bead is going to be over a gap. So don't worry about it. You're just going over a gap. You've got a bead over a gap. So you're going to put your needle into the next sticky outy bead. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, 8. 8. Let's see, I'm gonna go back out. 9, 10. Okay, so bead 11, you're going to be beading over the gap. 11 is going to be a bead over the gap bead. Bead over the gap bead, stick your needle in the next sticky outy bead. And 12. And then you're going to end with 3 face beads. So 1 on one side of the eyeball, 2 on the other side of the eyeball, and 3. And you will then step up into the first face bead that you put in this row. Oops. Go. Okay, so your little guy's face is really starting to come along. There's the eyes, there's a little mouth, there's a little hat. And you see how the sides of the hat are bulging out. Now they're starting to bulge in. Now we're going to start going back in now and curving in with our decreases. And I'm just doing a plain white hat with the blue on the side. So, okay, row 11. Woohoo! Regular peyote, no increase, no decrease. Start with 3 face beads. 1. Number 2 face bead is going to be directly on top of your eyeball bead. 2 and 3. Now, after those 3 face beads, kind of center your bead over your eyeball. Make sure it's nice and even there. Now you're going to do 11 hat beads. 11 hat beads. Whatever pattern you're doing in your hat, just continue. And this is going to, you have to dig down into that gap bead. Snug your bead up against it. Go. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Bead 10 is going to be, you got to dig down into that gap bead. Dig down into the gap bead. 10. 11. Okay, that was 11 hat beads. Now we're going to do 4 face beads to even out the face. Finish this row. 1, 2 is going to be directly over your eyeball bead. 3, 3, and 4. And then you're going to step up into the first bead you added in this row, which is a face bead. Okay. Now you might want to kind of reposition the beads directly on top of your little eyeballs. Make sure they're, oh, look at that cute little face. There you go.
They just pop right into place.
Yeah, they do. And let's see. We're on row 12, which is a gap bead. Woohoo! Gaps, remember, gaps are decreases. And that's going to start bringing our head, our little hat in. So let's do this one more row and then we'll add some more stuffing. So row 12, we're going to start with 2 face beads. 1, 2. 1, 2. 2 face beads. 1 hat bead. And we're going to do our gap. So insert your 1 hat bead, skip the space, come out the next bead. Do not add a bead in the gap. Leave the gap. Then we're going to do 8 hat beads. 8. Let's see. I think I want to change color here. Continue this white. So 1, 2, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we're going to do another gap. 8. Just through here. We do the gap. We're going to do the gap. Skip. Do not add a bead. Do not pass go. Do not $200. Okay. Skip the bead. Go through the gap. Go through the next sticky outy bead. And then 1 more hat bead. And end it. Whoa. Come back. End it with 4 face beads. Oh, wait, I got things twisted here. 4 face beads. So that's 1 twist.
I'll catch up to you guys. No
Yeah, I got it
worries.
twisted, so I gotta untwist myself here. Oops, 1 more twist. Yeah, it catches on your finger and then the piece jumps out of your hand. It's kind of funny. Okay, so we have 4 face beads now to end this row. And this was a total of 16 beads. 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Step up into the first bead we added on this row, which is a face bead. Okay. Awesome. That was row 12 we just finished. We're gonna add some more stuffing here because our head is growing. Gonna add some more stuffing. Oh, awesome.
You got to top them.
Okay, so we'll top them. Woo-hoo. Gosh, awesome. I love the stuffing. Now you can have a lot more space to stuff. You have to stuff that whole thing in there. So take your time and get your little rolls of cling film or cotton or in my case, bubble wrap or whatever you wish to use for your stuffing material. Stuff that little head and then we'll keep going. Your tools to get your stuff down in there. Stuff it into the corners. Flesh out your little head. So I picked up my granddaughter this morning and she's going to spend the weekend with me. And she asked me, Nana, can you teach me how to bead? And I'm like, yeah, I guess we can. You're 11, you're old enough, I think. We can start with stringing and clasp making and how to use tools and how to use crimp beads to make your stringing. So I think that's probably what we're going to do tonight. Doing this all day. And then she's like, I want to bead some more. Okay. 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 So we have stuffing in our little head. Can you see that? There we go. Got stuffing in our little head. Our face is starting to really come along. It's starting to bulge out here, and now it's starting to go back in with our decreases and our gaps. And we are on row 13 of the pattern. Row 13. Yeah, it is kind of chilly, isn't it? Yeah, that would be good if it doesn't make too much noise.
I don't think so. It's pretty quiet.
Okay, good. Now we're on 13, row 13 of our face and hat. We're going to start with one face bead. One face bead. So now at this point, your face is going to grow small as gets surrounded by the little hat. So 11 hat beads come next. So 1, and then we have a gap to fill now. So our second hat bead is going to be a gap filler bead. Jump over the gap and put your needle into the next sticky outy bead. That's 2, 3, 4, 4, 6, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, bead 10 would be a gap filler bead. Bead and jump the gap and stick your needle through the next sticky outy bead. Okay, so that's 11. Now we need 2 face beads. 1, 2, 1, 2. Now, let's see. 2. Ah, come on now. Now, your needle should be okay. I missed a hat bead. I got to back up here. I only put in 10 hat beads and you're supposed to put in 11 hat beads. So I'm going to back up here. And the reason I know this is because you're going to add a hat bead in the middle of the face, which is going to seem odd, but it's actually the little widow's peak of the hat that comes down into the middle of the face. It's really a cute little design aspect of the pattern. So I needed to put an extra hat bead here. So that's 11 hat beads and 2 face beads. And then your needle should be coming out of the absolute middle of your face. That sounds really weird. Not exactly, but your needle should, after your 2 face beads, your needle should be coming out directly in the middle of your face, directly on top of your little mouth. You're going to put a hat bead there, because like I said, that is the little widow's peak of your hat. 1 hat bead goes there. And then we do 2 face beads. No, 1 face bead, sorry, 1 face bead. And then we are going to step up into the first face bead we added in this row. So now you look at your face. It looks like it has 3 eyes right now. Because I have a white little hat bead right there in the middle. So you know what it looks like.
I love it.
Like it has 3 eyes, but it doesn't. That's the widow's peak of the hat. That is row 13. Now we're on row 14. Now we're going to do 12 hats. 12 hat beads. And that's 1 and 2. You're going to have to dig down into the gap bead. Down into the gap bead. Come on now. Go. Dig down into the gap bead. Okay, so that's 1, 2 out of 12. 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Dig down into the gap bead. 11. And 12 hat beads. Then you're going to do 1 face bead and 2 hat beads on either side of the little widow's peak that you've already put there. 2 hat beads. And we're going to end this row with 1 face bead, stepping up into the first bead you added in this row, which is a hat bead. Okay, so now you see our little widow's peak hat in the part of the hat, right in the front there. It's starting to come in.
Yeah, that's adorable.
And now we're on row 15, which is a gap row.
Yeah, you can always tell when you put a bead in there instead of doing the gap because it kind of tweaks out a little bit.
Now this is a gap row, so we're going to do 1 hat bead and a gap right away. 1 hat bead, then you're going to skip the next stitch and go directly through it. So there's the gap. So it's 1 bead, gap, 7 hat beads. 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and another gap. So here's 7. I'm putting in 7. 7. And we're going to do the gap, skip, go to the next sticky uppy bead. After the gap, we're going to do 6 hat beads. So we're done with the face beads now. So row 15, no face beads. Row 15 is all hats.
Okay.
Okay. So 6 hats after the gap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Step up. Step up. And the first bead we added in this row, which is a hat bead. Cute. So row 15 should have no face beads in it. Row 14 is the last row that you use any face beads. Now we're going to enclose the little face with hats. So cute. And because of that gap in the previous row, it's starting to come in now. The shape is starting to collapse in on itself again. And we're only using 14 beads. And we're going to eventually get down to only 6 beads. And then we'll start doing the little goofy turnover thing for the little curvy part of the hat. Okay, that was row 15. Now row 16 is 14 hat beads all the way across. So if you're doing a design in your hat, just keep going with that. And do 14 straight peyote beads. You're going to be jumping over a gap here. So you'll have a gap bead. Just remember to go to the next sticky uppy bead to put your gap bead in. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Does anybody have any questions? 6. So we're good. 7. Bead 8 will be a gap filler bead. So here's jumping over the gap.
I accidentally cut my thread.
Oh no!
So she decapitated herself.
Oh
Oh, that's okay. I'll sew her back together.
no! Oh jeez! Oh my gosh!
Hilarious.
That! Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Oh dear! You cut the stitch in the ditch thread.
I cut the stitch in the ditch thread
Oh,
by
gosh.
accident.
Oh,
I don't know what I
no.
was doing or how I did it, but
Oh,
that's
my
really
goodness.
funny. So then the thread just came out.
So the head fell off.
She's headless. I suppose if you wanted to start with just a head, I mean, you could
It'd be really hard.
it would be hard.
to try to
So I think I'm gonna just weave a new thread and start
And
her
start
face
your head
over
again?
and start my head again.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But she's so cute.
Oh my God. Okay, so your last bead of row 16, you're actually going to be stepping up into the bead that is your gap bead. Your gap filler bead is the bead that you're going to be stepping up into. As you go, you might want to just continue to kind of keep stuffing as the head gets bigger. as the hat gets bigger, because we're done with the face now. So I think I'm gonna stop here and stick a little piece of stuffing in here. Just to keep it nice and stuffed. On this row, your needle should be coming out of the gap filler bead from the previous row. And get down in there. There we go. See how it's coming out of the gap? It's really hard to see this.
I know. I think that's
It's
the
coming,
reflection of the lights, maybe.
so it's coming out of the gap filler bead. Here's my face. So it's heading towards the back of the hat right now. On row 17. Okay. Now row 17, we're going to introduce the little flower feature in front of the hat. So if you have other colored beads you want to use for the petal of the flower, this is what we're talking about, this part right here. This little part right there. That's where we're at. We're at the lower part of that. So first we want to start with 10 hat beads. Just 10 hat beads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh. We're still here. They can't hear. Can you hear us and you just lost it? I don't know. Does everybody else still hear us? Somebody said they lost sound.
I hear you.
You're there, you're there.
So whoever lost sound, turn your sound off and then back on again. Maybe is that like always the trick? Turn it off,
Yeah.
put it back on. I don't know.
Yeah, really.
Anybody else have any ideas for them?
Or you can log off and log back
Yeah,
on.
we'll log you back in or let you back in if you want to log off and log on again.
So we did 10 hat beads, regular peyote. Now we're doing 1 petal bead, which is just a completely different color to do your little flower petal. And it should be smack dab right in the middle of your little guy's face, even with the little widow's peak of your hat. So here's my little hat bead, your little petal bead. And then you're going to do 3 hat beads to finish the row. 1, 2, and 3. So you dig down into that gap filler bead. And then you're going to be coming up out of the first bead you added in this row, which is a hat bead. Tight. I'm going to just keep going. We're on row 18, which is a gap row. And I'm gonna try to speed up a little bit because we're already at 4 o'clock. I noticed. Didn't realize that we'd be so late. We're just having so much fun.
I know.
Oh my gosh. And you know what?
Besides Faerie's magical timeland, it doesn't really go with normal linear time.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You know how they get lost in the mist for decades and then come back and
that's
it's only
us.
a day later? Yeah.
That's us. So we're on row 18. We're going to start with 6 hats, 6 hat beads. You know what? I am running out of
What do you need?
this white with AB finish. It's a white matte, or it's a white opaque with AB finish.
Is it almost cream opaque or is
Yeah.
it white or
No,
cream?
it's a cream.
Okay, then it's 409.
Cream opaque. She has an amazing memory for bead numbers. Oh,
Is it
awesome.
this one, number 409?
Perfect, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna replenish my white beads I'm using for my hat. Almost out.
Yeah, you can't like run out in the middle.
Oh, I tell you what, I came kind of unprepared. I forgot 15s.
Oh, okay. What
It-
color
It
15s do
doesn't
you
matter,
want?
any color 15, whatever you've got in your
Well,
stash there.
I have those two are in my stash here, but I have a store full out
No,
there.
this one's a nice one.
Okay.
The 15s will be used in the hat to help make the curve of the hat, where the hat curves here. We will decrease across the top and we'll do increases, but with size 15s here, and it forces the curve. It's a really cool little thing, cool little aspect of beads.
When you put
Okay.
a bigger one in a smaller space and a smaller one in a bigger space.
And then skip another space, and it's like, wow, look what it does. Okay, we're on row 18. This is a gap bead, a gap row, and it's only 12 beads wide. So first we need 6 hats. 1, 2, 3. Oh shoot, some of my stuffing just popped out. Stick that back in there. Come on, get down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we have a gap. So again, I'm going to in there. Okay, I have a piece of stuff in that. It's out of control here. Okay, so we have a gap. Again, skip it. Come out through the next sticky uppy bead. And add 2 hats, 2 hat beads. 1, 2. And you should be coming out right next to the petal bead that we put in the previous row. We're going to add 2 petal beads on either side of it. 1, 2. And then we're going to do 2 more hat beads. 1, 2, and a gap. Let's pull this through. Then we're going to do a gap, skip, and then we're going to come all the way up out of the first bead we added. That means total of 12 beads. Pull tight. Add some more stuffing if you need to. Just keep shoving it down in there. Now, you noticed we have an even more pronounced oval. It's like a flattened oval now at this point in the hat. You can see that we're decreasing and it's coming to a point. And we have our little face and our little widow's peak for the hat. And up here, it's hard to see, but I'm using kind of a clear line color, the color lined clear bead. It's kind of like a cantaloupe lined. I don't know what number it is. Last time I was here, I'm like, oh, look at that. I want that one.
It's 802 or 3, I think.
Yeah, it's like this really
Kind of almost neon.
hot orange. Hot orange, neon orange. Okay, so that was row 18, row 19, 8 hats, 8 hat beads, which will bring us around the corner. 1, this is a regular peyote, no decrease, no increase. 2, 3, 4, 5. Bead number 6 is going to be beading in that gap. 6, 7, 8. Your needle should be coming out in the middle of your little flower design. We need a center bead, so you need to pick a completely different color for that center bead. I'm going to pick a gold one. Not gold. How about a pink? I'm
Yeah.
going to grab one little bead of this opaque pale pink from our calc here for my center bead of my flower. Cute. And now we're going to finish with 3 hat beads. 1, 2, and your third hat bead is going to be a gap filler bead. Gap filler, jump the gap, and you're going to come up into the next bead, which is the first bead that you added in this row. That was bead 19. Cute. Okay, bead 20. 7 hat beads. We're getting smaller now. We're down to 12 beads. We were at 1.24 beads, but now we're down to 12. So 7 hats. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dig in to that gap filler bead to get in there. 6, 7. Okay, so now we're going to put petal beads back on here to finish our little flower design. 1, 2 little petal beads either side of the center bead of her flower. And we're going to end with 3 hat beads. 1, 2, dig down to grab that filler bead, gap filler, and 3. Oh no, that's wait. 3, and come up out of the first bead that you added in this row. Okay, I'm going to actually add another little piece of stuff in here. Pop. Pull it up. Nice and tight. Now you'll find as the hat gets smaller because of the gaps that we're putting into it, decrease. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to get your stuffing in there, but make sure that you keep stuffing your hat all the way up until we start the curve of the hat. Then it'll only be 6 inches, 6 beads wide in the circle, and it'll be really difficult to get any stuffing in there anymore. Okay, row 21. This is going to be a gap row again. Slowly decreasing our little hat. So start with 4 hat beads. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a gap. So skip the bead, come out the next sticky uppy bead. And then 2 hat beads. 1, 2. And then after your second hat bead, your last petal bead of your little flower design. It's 1 petal bead, so our little flower design is completed now. And then we'll finish with 2 hat beads. 1, 2 hat beads and a gap. So 2 hat beads, then skip that gap, come up through the next sticky outy bead and end the row with 1 hat bead. Step up into the first hat bead you added on this row. Okay, pull it nice and tight, add some more stuffing if you need to. Shove it down in there. Now you see that the flower design is done. We finished the little flower design right there. There's a little widow peak or a little hat, little face. And You see the hat is starting to come together, getting smaller now. We're down to 10 beads. Next 2 rows are 10 beads straight peyote each. So it's just 10 and 10. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4 is going to be a gap filler. 4. Let's see. 5, 6. Covering your little flower design now. 7, 8. 9 is a gap filler bead. And 10. Step up to the first bead you added in this row. Okay. Cute. Row 23, again, straight peyote beading, 10 rows or 10 beads. 10 beads, just go straight across. 1, 2, bead 3, you got to dig out that gap filler bead. Dig into the gap filler bead. That's better. 4.
You could probably market the gap beater.
The gap beater. Yeah. 6. Are you getting your head back on now?
I'm starting her over, yeah.
Oh my.
Well, I think I cut my tail thread too short, didn't weave it in enough, and then was attaching, and then I think it slid out, or else I cut it.
Oh no.
So, it's just one of those things where Mercury
Yeah.
retrograde, we'll just blame everything on Mercury.
Yeah. It's Mercury's fault.
Uh-huh.
Okay, step up into the first bead we added in that row. Add some more stuffing if you need to. Stuffing is getting smaller and smaller here.
I also have all the stuffing I took out of my head.
Oh my, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd love to let you back in, Lisa. Oh no. Here we go. Now you're here. There you go.
Sorry, guys.
Now I got you back in.
Good.
Yep.
Hey, Susan Swanson, are you there? Susan Swanson? No?
No, we got all kinds of folks with us.
All kinds of people. Yay.
We're just so happy.
Okay, so we're on row 24, which is a gap row. We're actually getting close to the end.
Yeah.
Close.
So thanks
We're
for
getting
staying with
close.
us.
Row 24, 2 hats and a gap bee and a gap. So 2 hats and a gap. Just skip that part and come right out the next sticky uppy bead. 4 hats. I'm doing blue here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a gap. So gap, we're going to skip this, come out the next sticky uppy bead, and then end with 2 hats. 1 hat and 2 hats, and step up into the first bow bead you added in this row. Pull it tight. The little hat is coming along. It's getting nice and thin, relatively. Row 25 is going to be 8 hats, straight peyote, no increase, no decrease. 1. Bead number 2 is going to be a gap filler. 2. Nope. 3. 4. So I'm curious, how many of you, when you do your beadwork, keep all your beads in separated, absolutely separated? Just,
I have bead rings on my tray to keep them separated.
or does it end up looking like this, where you've got just beads all over the place?
Nope.
Nope.
Mine sometimes look like that, but I also, when I'm doing my pattern, I'll count out how many the pattern out and lay them to the front and then bead it. That way I know I don't miss anything, because
Yeah, that's
I
good.
get to.
Mine looks like yours,
Is it nice and neat, or is it all over the place?
all over the place.
All over the place. I
I-
had my cat jump on the table when I was beading, and it literally went everywhere. I had to use the sock trick with the vacuum. You know, you take the hose and put a sock over the end of the hose and suck all your beads up, and then you can pick them out.
Oh, I never knew that.
So that,
trick.
you know, if they go scattering all over the floor, you don't lose them. Especially if you have carpet. Oh my God, picking beads up on a carpet, no. So yeah, use your hose, and put a sock over it, and then you're able to pick up all the beads that just fell on the floor. It's amazing. Okay, so that's
Yes, I used to use rings. Now I use paint pods
huh.
in a metal container that has a tape-sided magnet
Huh.
to hold the paint pods down into the container, like a sucrets or a gum container.
Oh, perfect. There you go.
So especially to put them away at the end of the night, but when I'm doing a pattern, I load the pattern onto straight pins so that, especially in stars, I can double check the pattern, because a lot of times one side is the same as the other, or it's a mirror, so you can just compare back and forth.
Oh yeah.
It saves me from having them get mixed up when I have the thread go through them. I used to do lines, and then someone from Seed Beads and More Facebook group suggested the pins, and I loved the pins.
Huh. I'm gonna have to try that, especially if I have a pattern that has lots of colors.
Yeah, and I was just recently making a bunch of balls that are made out of triangles,
Yeah.
and I found I could load a whole triangles pattern
Huh.
with the pins that I had, and I stuck them in a round piece of foam sticking out of a shot glass,
Wow.
and I could put them at a time.
That's a great idea.
It was working for me.
Yeah, repeating patterns like that. That way you don't have to even think about it. You have everything loaded in the right order to begin with.
Exactly.
That's an awesome idea. I'll have to try that. I'll have to go get some stick pins or something, steel pins from work. Okay, I am on row 27, and it's a gap row, and it's only 6 beads. Okay, so first we're going to start with the gap. So where your needle is, where your thread's coming out of, you will start with the gap. So instead of adding anything, you will just go ahead and bead your thread into the next sticky uppy, and then 3 hat beads. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and then another gap. So you're going to miss it and go up through the next sticky uppy bead. And you're going to end with 3 hat beads. 1, 2, 3. And on this one, go through, Nancy's pattern says go through both the gap and the next sticky uppy bead for your step up. So you should be coming out the hat just after the gap, the bead right after the gap we just did. That's row 27. Row 28 and row 29 are straight peyote 6 beads. So this is going to go quickly now to the end, pretty sure. So 1, 2, bead 3 will be a gap filler bead. 3. Stick your needle into the next uppy, sticky uppy bead. 4, 5, and 6 will be a gap filler. And then you will step up into the first bead we added in this row. These last 2 rows will probably be the last opportunity you have to stuff. So, because it's getting really small in there. You can see how small it is, the opening.
Stuffing at this point is optional because I quit stuffing after I think it was like row 10.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I just do according to the pattern that I've got. And everything, because it starts getting pretty structurally sound on its own, but whatever, you know, people want to do.
I like to do this last one little bit of stuffing here. Just shove it down in there. There we go. Okay, one more row, row 29, straight peyote 6 beads. 1, 2, I'm going to dig out into that gap bead. 3, 4, 5 into the gap bead, and 6, and step up into the first bead we added in this row. Alrighty. Yeah, that's pretty teeny weeny in there now. Okay, so this is where we're going to start the curvature of the beads. We're going to start gapping on one side and increasing on the other side. So this is row 30. We're going to start with 1 hat bead, 1 hat bead, and then we're going to do an increase. So 2 beads, and I'm doing.
But that's with the 11, not the 15.
Yeah, we're not doing 15s just yet.
Okay.
So here's the first increase with 11s, and then regular peyote for 2 hat beads. 1, 2. And this is where we're going to decrease. We're going to put a gap here. We're going to skip it. Can you see that? We're going to skip it. Do a regular gap, just like we've been doing a regular gap. And then 1 hat bead to step up into the first bead we did on this row. Okay, so now we have, it kind of looks lopsided at this point. Sure these beads are Hold on, I've got something going on here. Got a string here, hold on. There we go. Okay, so it's gonna look like a little lopsided. We've got a gap here.
There you go.
We've got a gap here, and we've got increase here. So we're still looking at the axis of the piece. We're still doing north-south axis right there, right? It's easier to use this. North-south axis like this. But on this side, we've got a gap, we've got an increase. We've got two beads. And on this side, we've got a gap, which is the skipping of a bead. Okay, so that was row 30. That was only 6 beads. Row 31. We're going to do 1 hat. And this is where we're going to start using our 15s. So we're going to do 1 hat, and you're going to be coming out of the first of the pair of beads that you just added. And we're going to grab some 15s.
That's where I went wrong. I was putting the 15s on the other end.
Nope.
So that's why my things kept going the wrong direction.
That's why your curve went the opposite way. So now we're going to pick up 2 15s. 2 15s, 2 little bitty 15s. And we're going to increase. We're going to put our needle right back into the other bead of the pair that we added before. So now we have our 15 increase. And now we're going to do 2 hats. 2 hats. Oops. 2 hats. Now, instead of adding an increase here, which we would have before, we're going to a gap. We're going to skip it. We're going to put our needle up into the next one and create the gap. And then we're going to put 1 hat bead. And we're going to step up into the first bead we added. Okay, so now we have our 15s here. Make sure you see this. The 15s are here and the gaps are here. So it's going to start curving in this direction. So next row, now we're going to repeat this 10 times. Or however long you want the curve of your hat to be. That's totally up to you. So we're going to add 1 hat into the first of the pair of 15s we added. We're going to add 2 15s to continue the arch. And put your needle back into that second 15 of the first pair. And then we're going to do 2 hats. 2 hats, and then we're going to do a gap. Gap, come back up into this hat because we're going to gap it. And then 1 hat and step up into the first bead you added. So now you can see the little guy's hat is starting to curve that way. Okay, because we have our decreases here, our increases here with the 15s. So we're just going to keep going with this. And
If someone is left-handed or they're beating the opposite direction, the hat curve will probably go the other direction.
yeah, I would guess. It all depends on
Yes.
if you need right to left or left to right.
Yep.
Or if you make the decrease on the wrong side and the increase on the other side, it's just gonna go that other way too. And
Yep,
what about my
perfect.
decreased in the back? So the hat goes from the front to the back versus to the side.
Where's that one?
It's the
Oh, here it is.
fashion model, yeah.
This one.
Yeah, so it completely goes the backwards.
So instead of going this way, her hat went that way and back.
Yep.
That's so cute though. It looks awesome though.
It-
So that's
It
why I
really
say
does.
just keep going if you make a mistake, and then it's just a unique fairy.
Yep.
This is not like the other.
Absolutely. That's why this pattern is so nice and flexible.
Because have you ever met 2 fairies that look alike? I mean, I
No.
haven't.
No.
I have not seen any fairies that look identical, so no.
Yeah.
So I'm adding a hat into one bead of the pair of 15s, and I'm adding 2 15s. Coming back through the second 15 that I added, and I like to make those 15s sit together like a nice little herringbone should.
Yeah.
'Cause that's
Excuse
what-
me, can you please confirm how many 15s are in row 31, please?
There's only 2.
Okay,
There's only 2. The row 31 was 1 hat bead, 2 15s, 2 hat beads, then the gap, and then 1 hat bead to step up. So we're repeating row 31 10 times.
But you're just basically herringbone the 2 15s on top of each other the whole time. It's just a row of increasing on
Right.
those little 15s.
With the decrease on the back side, which causes the curve. So now I'm going to decrease. I'm going to gap. I'm going to skip. I'm not adding any beads. I'm skipping, going back up here,
To the first sticky outie and that side.
and then adding 1 more hat bead to step up into the first hat bead that I added. So now I'm going to turn it back. I like to turn the little guy around, so I'm always beading in the same direction. I'm going to bead 1 hat bead. This is just a repeat of row 31. 1 hat bead goes into the first of the pair of 15s from the previous row. 2 15s sitting on top of the 2 15s from the previous row. And nudge them around, make sure they sit right. Then 2 hats. 1, 2, 2. Then decrease, so you're going to flip it around. You're not going to add any beads. You can come back up that first uppy. Make sure you see this right. The first sticky uppy bead.
It's like parallel to the other one on the other
Yeah,
side, right?
absolutely. You're just paralleling these beads. They're all parallel together. And then 1 hat bead to step up into the first hat bead you made the previous row. You see how it's starting to curve. This is the decrease side. We're not adding beads in here. We're just sewing back through the existing bead. This is the 15s that are in herringbone, which is the increase. And it's curving off this way. And we're just going to do this until we get it to the length that we want. And then we'll put a little dingle dangle on the end. And then we'll finish up with the arms and the wings. So just keep going and do this one as long as you want it. If you want to stop here, fine. You can stop here and have a little shorter thing, a little shorter hat. Or you can keep going and make a longer curved hat. Just the decrease speed. Actually, I think I'm going to end here.
It's cute.
I'm going to end here, short little one. So to end here, to put a little dingle dangle on there if you wish. Move your thread down to the bottom of the 15 and just grab, whatever you want. Doesn't matter. I'm just grabbing a bunch of beads to make a little fringe thing to stick on here. This is where you can get really creative. You can buy little bells, you can buy little trinkets or little fun little things to just sew onto the end.
Use up your old fire polish.
Oh,
or
yeah.
Crystals.
Your crystals,
or
yeah, whatever.
what we got laying around.
So I'm just going to finish this real quick so we can go on to the arms and the wings. You'd like to sew back through the hat, 2 or 3 beads, come back And add a bead to flesh it out here. And then I'm just going to end it there. Here's this little thing. He has one little dingle dang thing here. But be creative. Put whatever you like there. Just reinforce the end. Just sew back through these beads. So they're nice and snug in there. And then you can work your way back down through the hat to end it, and weave your string back and forth to find a good ending spot. But I'm like, we've had, here's some little bells, got some bells. I've got, here's like a little dragonfly, bead on that one. Here's a snowflake, a little snowflake. Here's a little bead that's a moon on one side and a star on the other. So you can end the little hat in any way you can imagine. It's nice and can really personalize if you're making a fairy for someone specific, and you can add little charms and stuff for their, maybe their special hobby. Maybe they're a skater or a I don't know, tennis player. You can find little bitty charms to match all of that and really personalize your little fairies. I think, Nancy, that's why this pattern is so appealing to so many people, because you can do so much. I've seen some of these little fairies on Facebook that have whole complete little outfits. Oh my God, they're
Yep.
so cute.
Well, one of the reasons that I did it just as a plain fairy is because my samples, of the photo of all of them were different, is because that's what I wanted people to do, was to personalize, to, choose your own colors, add patterns, add things to it, whatever, to make it, your own.
Absolutely. It makes it a really fun little pattern to do. Okay. I don't need these 15, so we'll put these away. Now we're going to make the arms, little arms. You're going to want to weave your thread into the little body, and you're going to want it to come out. Okay, I'm looking at the side of the little, so there's a little face. We're going to look at the little side where they have, where the increases and decreases. We want your needle to come out of this first bead there. You see how there's 2 beads above it, and there's 1 bead there. You want it, so you're coming out of about the upper part of the body on a side bead. That's where we want our needle to come out of. So I'm just gonna, oops. Just gonna weave this around, in and out, to lock it in. And however, and if you want to put a knot in it and tie your thread on, that's totally up to you. I just find it really hard doing that at this stage, because you've got so much stuffing in the body that it's really hard to get your needle in between the beads to get it to a spot where you can actually tie it. So at this point, I find the weaving thing in and out to add the thread is the easiest way to do it. And then you can always make sure that your needle is going to be coming out of the little body and at the spot that you want it to come out of, in order to put the little arms on. So that has to be coming out of the side of the body, going into the direction of the front of the body. So Here I am coming out of my needle, is coming out of this. I don't know, what row would that be? Row 24, maybe?
It says on the instructions what row it is. But if you look at the diagram, you can see where the bead comes out.
Row 23.
Here's
Okay.
Yeah.
what this looks like on mine.
Yeah, row 23.
Oh,
It's
yeah, okay.
Like
Yeah, it is. It's row 23.
3 rows below the head, right?
Yep.
Well, the top row is hidden inside the head, so.
Yeah. Right.
But it's an exact side bead.
So we're gonna weave in the tail here.
So yeah, if you make a side pattern, it's easy. Just that one right there.
Yeah, you can really see it well if you have a side pattern. But, oh, let's see here. I'm having trouble weaving this back in here. Okay. Okay, let me cut this off. So now your needle is coming out of row 23, right at the top, right directly below the head. We're going to, depending on the colors of your body, you might want to have sleeves that match. 9 beads, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oops, 8, 9. And I'm putting this extra orange bead on there to indicate the end of the sleeve of the jacket. And then I use these fire polished ovals, I guess. They're 3mm
Yeah, they're
fire polished.
They call them rounds, but they're more
Rounds,
oval
but
than
yeah, they're
rounds.
kind of ovally. That's going to be the so-called hands. And then I go backwards. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So here is beads for your hands. So it should look like that. Ooh, it's hard to see.
There you go.
Like that. And then you're going to go find the exact opposite bead on the other side of your piece. So it's going to be row 23. It's going to be right about there, right in the middle of your increase decrease side. And you're going to gently pull it through. So they have little, oh, it's hard to see with the black, I guess. It's kind of a bad color choice. They're like they're holding their hands tucked inside of their jackets. And then you're going to do a couple of turnarounds here to lock it in. And then you're going to reinforce those hands because it's only one thing of string. We want to reinforce them. So we're going to go through it again, back in the opposite direction. Okay. Just trying to get back to that spot there so I can be coming out of the right direction. Oh, weaving, weaving, weaving. Weaving, here we go. Okay, so now I'm going to come back into the beads of my arms. I'm just going to sew back through them again. All the way back. Make sure you don't miss anything. So it looks funny if you miss one. And going to be coming out again, right where we started with these arms. So they're nice in there. They're not too tight. You don't want it too tight. You want to be able to move their little arms around a little bit. And then you're just going to weave this thread back in and end it. weave, just as we've been doing, with no knots. Okay. Weaving. Back and forth. You're getting your head attached.
Well, I switched to put some arms on her. I got part of her face done now, so at least
Okay.
it's in the right direction.
Yeah, there we go.
So I can go home and concentrate on my increases and decreases. Oh, get her little arms on.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so now she has arms, or he has arms, or he, she, we, them have arms. Okay. Let's do some wings real quick. Let's start with a nice piece of thread about, I don't know, how long is that?
Oh, 4 feet.
4 feet, 3 feet, 3 feet. Choose whatever color you want for wings. We need a stop bead to start this. So let's just grab a bead and get your stop bead on there, all the way down to the bottom. Sew back through it for a stop bead. And this bead should really be a different, completely different color from your wings, because you'll have to take it off, and you have to know which bead to pull off when you do these. Okay, so we need 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And I think, Nancy, you said this was
Cat Thomas's.
Cat Thomas's petal pattern, right?
It's a modification of her petal to pod
Petal-
technique.
Okay.
What I've done is I've added some increases and decreases to make them into wings, but it was based on her technique.
Cool, cool. Okay, so after you have your stop bead, you have 16 beads on here. You're gonna hold them in between your fingers, and you're gonna go back. You're gonna skip 2 beads and then go back into the 3rd bead from the end. Okay, and you're gonna pull it gently, snugging up those 2 beads on the end, and that's gonna start your peyote. I always found just starting peyote like this so tricky. It was really hard to learn peyote doing it this way when I was first starting to bead. Okay, so we have our 2 little beady beads on the end. Now we're going to do straight peyote all the way to the end. So skip 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. I will show you what this looks like in a second. 4. Oh shoot, caught on my scissors. Okay, 4, that was 4. And 5. And 6. Okay, so 6 brings you to the end of the row, but you have 1 bead that's not attached to anything. So what we're going to do now is row 2 of the wings. Okay. Actually, row 3 of the wings, sorry. Row 3 of the wings, because we just did our row 1 and 2. We're going to put 1 bead. Wait, hold on. We are not going to put 1 bead on. We're going to sew back up this bead, the end bead. Okay, so you've got this little row of peyote, and there's 1 bead left over. So you're gonna sew back up into that one bead, avoiding your stopper bead. Is that right? And then you sew,
No, you go over the top down
yeah, I did it wrong.
and
Okay,
then back up.
back out. Let's see. You're gonna go over the top, come back down that one leftover bead. And then you add a bead, right?
No, then you go back up. Well, you've already added the bead, right? Okay, when you have one lead, okay,
Yeah.
let me explain. You've got one bead left on your thread.
Yeah.
Okay, you'll add a bead, go down through the bead that's still on the initial thread,
Aha,
and then,
here we go.
yeah, go through it, and then sew back up through the
The bead
bead
that
that you added.
added. Okay, so here's the added bead. And we're gonna bring that one down and we're gonna sew back up to that one.
Yes.
There we go. Okay, so now you can get rid of your stop bead. Yes. You can get rid of the stop bead now. You can pull it off. Just keep that tail hanging off to the side. Okay. Now this is when it gets really cool. We're going to add 2 beads like a herringbone increase down into that last bead. It's really hard to see here. And you're going to flip the work over and you're going to do 3 single peyote beads. 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, and then I'm going to put a pair of beads right in the middle, like an increase right in the middle. Pair of beads. Instead of 1, you're going to pick up 2, and then just keep peyoteing. And then add 3 more regular peyote. 1, 2, 3. And you're going to be coming out of the end of this pair of beads at the end here. And you're going to add another pair of beads. Woohoo! Another 2 beads. Like a herringbone increase. And you're going to be coming out of the other side of your work. Woohoo! Yay! Get it right. Okay, so now we're going to do 4 peyote beads. 1, 2, ow, poke myself. 3, 4, and then we're going to do a gap. Like a gap like we've been doing on our little piece. We're just going to skip that. Skip it. So through it. And then add 3 more regular peyote. 3 or 4. Nope, 4. 1, 2, 3. And then we add a pair of beads. Keep your tail out of the way. We're going to add the pair of beads like the herringbone increase. Okay. You see it's starting to curve a little bit to like a little boomerang shape. So now we're going to do 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and you're going to be coming up out of the first of the pair of beads that you added in that increase 2 rows before. So you're sticking up out of the pair, and you're going to put 1 bead in between that pair of beads, like that, and then you're going to bead 4 more peyote. 1, 2, 3, 4. And you're coming out of a pair of beads. You're going to turn it over again. Going to add a pair of beads at the end with the increase. Now we are going to bead 3 beads. 1, 2, 3, and then there's a gap. So this is the cool part. You want to instinctively put a bead there, but you're not going to. You're going to jump way over here. Is that right? I think
You're
so.
on row 5.
No, I'm on 4.
Oh,
See, 3 bead, 1 bead in gap, 3 bead, 1 bead in gap, and then 3 beads. 1. Oh, hold on. Back up here.
so you do put a bead in the gap.
You do. I went too far with the gap.
It's the jump on the next row. You're getting excited to jump.
Did we do this right? Okay, we're just going to put it there. There's the gap. Then 1, 2. This is 2. Then 3. Okay. That was the last part of row 4. Now we're on row 5. We're going to flap it over again. Put another pair of beads on the end. Increase.
That's a nice way of how it increases each time.
Love it. And then, oh, hold on. I'm going in the wrong direction. Flap it over. You've got your pair of beads here. Then 10 straight peyote. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Okay. 10. And you're going to put another pair of beads on the end. Another pair of beads on the end. And then you're going to do 3. 1, 2, 3. And then there's a big gap. You got to skip that gap. You're not going to skip it. You're going to only put 1 bead in that big gap. And then you're going to put 3 more. 1, 2, 3. And if you pull it slightly, you can see that your wings are starting to cup. Like little bitty wings. So cute. Step up. And then here we go. We're almost done. Woo! We're going to put an end cap. Instead of 2 beads on the end, you're only going to put 1. So I always find it fun to put a completely different color as that point bead. And then you're going to do 5 beads. Sorry, I flicked a bead at you.
It's okay. It's all right.
We're getting punchy around here. 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we're going to put an increase, 2 beads, 1, 2 in this middle section here. 2. And then 5 more beads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then another little point bead. You get to that end, another little point bead, and that's our wings. That's our little wings. Oop, they're a little lopsided. One's higher. It's okay. So now what you need to do is we're not going to add any more beads, but we're going to sew back down through your work. So you're going to be coming out of these 2 pairs of beads that we added a couple rows down. So just sew through your work. However you want to get there, doesn't matter. Just so that you're coming out of the 2 pairs of beads at the bottom of the wings. Oops, uh-oh, I caught you. Okay. Okay, so you're going to come out of one of the pair of beads. Okay, so that's where you should be right now. Coming out of the one of the pair of beads at the end there, middle. Let's weave in our tail. Oh, I'm going as fast as I can. Weave in the tail. You can see this, okay. However way you want, or if you're in a hurry, you can make a knot. I mean, gotta do it, you gotta do it. Go. And the tail, come on now. Wait, tail. Move it in and out. You don't want your wings to fall apart. So. Okay. Now we're going to attach these little bad boys. So because you're coming out of the one of the pair of beads, that's where you're going to attach it to your body. And you can see they're cupping a little bit, which is exactly the way Kat wants them to. Woohoo! I like to go and look at the back of your piece, find the dead center middle, and dead center middle bead at the top of the body. So right about there. So you're right under the hat, you're right dead center. You're going to pull your thread through there. You're going to turn the little guys over so they're just kind of sticking out. You're going to go back through the other bead of the pair at the top of the wings. Pull it through. Then you're going to go, and it's loose. It's not really tight right now. You're going to go back through that same body bead. And now you're going to tighten it up. And you're going to go back through both beads again, the pair. Here, can you see? And back through that body bead one more time to secure them, right? Now, with the head towards you, you're going to flip the wings up and you're going to do a quick, sneaky little stitch. And you're going to find one of those gap filler beads. There's 2 gap filler beads in this pattern for the wings. You're going to go through the one that's in the middle of the body of the wing, not the end one. You're going to go through this one. And this string that's showing here, it will be hiding underneath the wing, so nobody will really see it.
Or you can weave down to that center bead.
I'm sorry?
You can weave down to the center bead.
Yeah, if you want to. Yeah, I'm just lazy right now. I'm tired. Weave down to get to that bead, and then kind of positioning it and eyeballing it a little bit. You're going to want to stay in line with that first bead that you attached it to. and come down and find an appropriate bead to attach the bottom of the wing. And just snug it up, go through the wing bead, go through the body bead once or twice. Through the wing. And then I just weave it in and out again. We're just doing more weaving to end the thread. And we did it.
Then you have to name it.
Yeah. You're gonna name your little guy after you get all of your weaving in and out to end your thread. Joe,
Frank?
Frank, Harry, Sue,
I don't know.
Elron.
I mean, it's just a cornucopia of colors. So I don't know if
Whatever. I don't know.
it's got personality, that's for sure.
Okay, so after you finish your weaving, you clip the thread and you are done. And you are the proud owner of one of Nancy's special little guys with wings even. Woo, with wings.
Yay.
I want to thank you, Nancy, for this fabulous pattern. It's so much
Welcome.
fun
Glad you enjoy it.
and so so customizable.
Yeah.
So cute. I think this is one of my favorite ones right here. This little purple one. The little
With a
Cute.
little bell.
really is cute. I
See
mean,
how
I
I
think
added
the
a little pattern on
more
the hat?
colorful you make them, the
Uh-huh.
more personality they've got.
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is so fun. So you have another guy in our village. Another guy in our village. So we have
Yeah, the
have
Hobbit
lots-
village is
we have the
growing
village people.
bigger and bigger
Woohoo.
and bigger.
yay.
Yay.
Here's our new little guy in the back.
I love it.
Nancy, you are just amazing to have come up with this pattern,
Absolutely.
allowing us to learn the basics and then make them all personable. I love it. Thank
Yeah,
you
thank
so
you.
much.
Glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah, I really loved it. Thank you so much.
So much. And
Yay.
thanks to the Beadworkers Guild for
Absolutely, for sharing it with
sponsoring it
us.
all and sharing it with us. And we're hoping to, get more bead societies and guilds together. I think we've got 3 or 4 represented today, it's the more fun, the merrier, right? And we're just so excited. There's our little guy to build our fairy village.
Yay.
And so,
Thank you for staying a little longer, ladies, so we could finish this together.
and yay, thanks bunches.
And thank you, Raquel, for sharing your studio space.
And
And
so we are going to tune off on Facebook. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you again in February for our Let's Bead Live in February. Lisa Dooley will be one of our instructors for the February. She's making beaded beads. So it'll be the first of a 3-part
Cool. that'll be
beaded
cool.
beads series. So
Nice.
February, March, and April. And so, yeah,
That'll
but
be
if
fun.
anybody else would like to teach on our Let's Bead Live Saturdays, we've got a whole year's worth to fill in. So we would love to have you join us. Just
Absolutely.
message me or email me and we'll book you in because we just want to bead. That's all we want to
And
do.
it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
And so thanks bunches. We're
Thank
gonna
you.
tune off.
Thanks for tuning.
Thank you so much
Bye.
for inviting all of us to join your society today.
Yay.
Absolutely. Well, we
Okay.
want to Zoom with the world. So
Yeah.
thanks bunches.
Okay.